Excuse me, here is an announcement. हमारे गेस्ट आने वाले हैं. अब किसी के भी फ़ोन बाहर नहीं आएंगे और यू हैव टू मेंटेन द डिसिप्लिन. अगर बाहर निकाले फ़ोन तो फ़ोन हम छीन लेंगे. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आपके खिलाफ डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शंस जो हमने बताए वो होंगे. सो प्लीज़ मेंटेन द डेकोरम एंड प्लीज़ बिहेव प्रॉपरली. थैंक यू.
Everyone to please rise. The Deputy Director is here. Please maintain the decorum. Please maintain the decorum, please. Silence, everyone, please. Please welcome our chief guest of honor with a big round of applause. Everyone can be seated now. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you who have joined us here today for Udaan, a higher education initiative 2023, a series of offline sessions curated to focus on building awareness about the higher education opportunities available to students after graduation. The series of sessions aims to highlight the different career prospects in pursuing masters and PhD in the scape of business, engineering, and even beyond engineering. It is my honor to welcome our distinguished dignitaries, the Honorable Deputy Director, our chief guest for today, deans, heads of departments and centers, faculty in charge and faculty coordinators of CDGC, respected professors, esteemed speakers, and students of Punjab Engineering College, deemed to be university. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Udaan is an event that has been designed to provide a platform for higher education lectures from various speakers across the industry and academia. It is an opportunity for us to come together and learn from some of the most respected minds in the field of higher education. We believe that the lectures and discussions that will take place over the next 2 days will truly inspire all of us to strive for excellence in our own lives. These sessions will cover every crucial topic that is necessary to shape your career and your overall development. Over the next 2 days, we will have the privilege of hearing from some of the brightest minds in the field of higher education. They will share their experiences and expertise and provide insights that will be valuable to all of us. We have planned a series of lectures, panel discussions, and interactive sessions that are sure to be both informative and engaging. The motto for this event, as inscribed on the side walls, is Vidya Dadati Vinayam, Vinaya Dadati Padratram, Patrata Dhamamaboti, Dhanat Dhamama Tatha Sukham, meaning knowledge makes one humble, humility begets worthiness, worthiness creates wealth and enrichment, enrichment leads to right conduct brings contentment. With that, thank you all for being a part of Udaan, and I wish you a productive and inspiring 2 days ahead. Now, before we commence with the inaugural ceremony of Udaan, we will light the auspicious lamp as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. Light is a symbol of abundance, prosperity, knowledge, and hope. The lit lamp symbolizes the Atma Jyoti, which is eternally knowledge bestowing. In this spirit, I request our Honorable Deputy Director, our chief guest for today, Professor Sibi John Sir, our guests of honor, Nipun Maria Sir, Vinod Karar Sir, our faculty coordinators in charges, and all our dignitaries to please come up on stage to light the ceremonial lamp.
या वीणावरदण्डमण्डित Now, I would like to request our faculty in charge, along with the coordinators at CDGC, to please honor our worthy chief guest, Deputy Director of PEC, Dr. C.B. John, with the bouquet. Kindly give a huge round of applause. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for gracing our event with your esteemed presence and for participating in the lamp lighting ceremony. Your presence and participation have added a new dimension of grace and dignity to our event. We are truly honored to have you all as our guests of honor. Your presence has not only encouraged us, but also motivated us to strive for excellence in our future endeavors. The lamp lighting ceremony holds a very special significance in our culture, and your participation has further enriched the meaning and purpose of this sacred ritual. Your support has been invaluable, and we are deeply grateful for that time and effort. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to call upon our esteemed professor in charge of Career Development and Guidance Center, Dr. Poonam Seni, who has been an instrumental figure in the development of our institution, and her contributions have been vital in shaping lives of our students. Her vast knowledge and experience in the field of education are unparalleled. We are honored to have her as a part of our faculty. I request ma'am to please come up on stage and share her valuable insights.
Thank you so much. My future is brighter than before. I know life is hard, but with a higher education, all things are possible. Greetings of the day to all the present dignitaries, our worthy chief guest of the day, Deputy Director, invited speakers from various disciplines, all deans, head of the departments, members of the faculty, and my dear students. It is indeed my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to Udaan 2023, an initiative for higher education brought in by Career Development and Guidance Center of Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. It has been observed that students are often unsure about their career paths after graduation and are often unable to make the best out of the plethora of opportunities they have available both within India and abroad. Udaan aims to help our students tap into their potential via seminars and pep talks by the finest professionals we are having today for these next 2 days from diverse fields. Career Development and Guidance Center has been the epicenter for career enhancement activities at PEC, as you all know, and Udaan is another step in the same direction. So, behalf on CDGC, the faculty coordinators, Dr. Ankit Yadav and Dr. Sudesh, welcome you all to this 2-day knowledge fair. I hope you will gain a lot of knowledge from this event and wish you the very best for the coming 2 days. Thank you so much. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. J.D. Sharma, who has nurtured this program, and they have come up with so good activities. And now we are here to take this ahead, a step ahead, for all the activities being nurtured under the guidance of Dr. J.D. Sharma, ex-head CDGC. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful insights. We are very grateful for your valuable guidance and contribution. Now, I take immense pleasure in inviting our esteemed chief guest, Deputy Director of PEC, Dr. C.B. John, who has been an integral part of our institution and has played a vital role in its development. His extensive knowledge and experience in the field of education and skill development makes him an authority of this subject. So therefore, I request Sir to please come up on stage and enlighten us with his valuable insights. Let us all welcome Sir with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be around, maybe as a dupe, to stand over here on behalf of the director of the institute. My greetings and welcome to Mr. Nipun, Mr. Vinod Kharar, and Mr. Purndeep Singh, who had taken their time to be around with us. I'm also happy to note that many of the experts, most of them, are alumni of PEC, and I foresee that in a short run, we would be in a position to see many of the faces on the back bench coming to the front bench as the experts to talk to our then students on career prospects. Udaan, I understand, has been an activity which the institute has been doing for the last 2 years in initiating the career prospects for the young engineering graduates. I made a small attempt to understand the etymological evolution of the terminology and such kind of a career prospects attached with Udaan. I could find way back in 1989 to 1991 with a TV serial written, directed by Miss Kavita Chowdhury, the fame, the surf advertising fame. And she had made an excellent TV serial showing the career prospects of development of the career of an young lady. And by and large, that was considered as the first TV serial talking about women empowerment in this country. Taking a clue from there, many of the agencies, rather many of should not take it otherwise, many of the coaching centers, as the trend in the society had gone at that point of time, taken up this terminology in talking to the students about their career prospects, and especially the foreign education consultants took up that as their agenda in promoting many of the educational avenues available abroad. And starting from there, the other agencies largely attached with the coaching have taken up GATE as one of the prospects, the Indian higher educational avenues as another opportunity, and started making it as a big fame. And by and large, the entire activity has taken shape in this form in the early part of this century, in the 2000s. And I'm happy that we are also part of this entire activity, and we have been doing a wonderful job in respect of giving an information, and that too from the horse's mouth, who had cracked the exams like Indian Engineering Service and Indian Administrative Service, to talk to you about such kind of opportunities. I'm sure you would be benefited by this discussion to follow, and I wish all the best for this year's Udaan 2023. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your enlightening words. Now I would like to invite our faculty in charge, along with the coordinators at CDGC, to please come up on stage to honor sir with the memento of the event. I again thank sir for gracing us with his presence, and I request everyone to kindly take their seats in the audience. So shortly now we'll be circulating a QR code and you all are requested to join, for that would be helpful for your individual counseling in future. So I request everyone to kindly register using their cell phones. Kindly maintain silence, we'll be joining shortly, so please register and we'll be starting after that. I hope all of you have registered. In case of any doubts, please reach out to the nearest committee members. I request all of you to kindly go through the forms properly. In case of any doubts, kindly go to your nearest committee members. I request everyone to please maintain silence. We'll be starting shortly. So guys, this is the form that you all have to fill. The first page, it consists of all of your personal details like your name, SID, branch, college email ID, your percentage in your classes, previous classes, right? This is your first page for your personal information. I hope you all have filled this. Now moving on to the second page. Now this page is all about why we are having this event today, that is Udaan. Many of you might be having certain doubts whether you want to pursue higher education or not. Some of you might be having a little clearance about that. For those who have it, please fill it in the form. It's all about your personal opinions and thoughts. Go through the form and fill it properly. This would help us for your further personal counseling. I request everyone to kindly maintain silence and decorum of the event. tomorrow belongs to those for who prepare it today. And beginning with that very same preparation, I once again welcome you all to Udaan, a higher education initiative by CDGC. With the belief that education is the key to unlock a world of opportunities and shape brighter future, we aim to empower our students by providing them with access to knowledge and expertise from the brightest minds in the world. So without further ado, let me introduce you to the man who has been the forefront of some of the most exciting and dynamic brands in the smartphone industry. Having been a lead at Vivo, he played a crucial role in making it a market leader in India. With a decade-long experience of working in companies like Samsung India and Lava International Limited, he brings with him a very deep understanding of the industry and an unparalleled expertise in product planning, development, marketing, and sales. It's an honor to have him here with us today. So hold your hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce you to a visionary leader who has been making waves in the smartphone industry. He is none other than the CEO of IQ, Mr. Nipun Maurya. I request all of you to please join me in welcoming him with a huge round of applause. I request our faculty in charge, along with the coordinators at CDGC, to please honor sir with the bouquet. So I once again request everyone to join me in welcoming sir to the stage with a huge round of applause.
Sound check, all good? Okay. So, I think the last time I carried any paper was when I was in school. And now after, I think maybe 20, 25 years, I've brought a piece of paper for my assistants. So obviously I'm a little nervous. Okay, so good morning. Good morning to all the faculty members, professor in charge, Dr. Poonam Saini, faculty coordinators, deans, HODs, illustrious fellow presenters, and most importantly, why I'm here today is because of all the students. So big round of applause for all of you. Whew. So thank you very much for the generous introduction. Professors all around, I'm slightly embarrassed and nervous. The last memories I have of this place are me as a student ardently listening to the professors, and that's how I am most comfortable. But today, with me speaking and the professors listening is certainly a first time for me. I want to begin with a simple exercise, and I think that will warm me up and warm all of you up as well. I want all of you to look on your right. All of you to look on your right, please. Yeah, and now on your left. I want a volunteer, and that's it. I want a volunteer. Anybody who can say, what did you see? Or who did you see? Yeah? Yes? Anybody? Yes, yes, that's correct. You saw one of your friends. Any other answer? Yes? Okay, okay, that's good. That's good. So, a lot of you, a lot of you would have seen, some of your friends, fellow classmates, so on and so forth. What I see a room filled with future CEOs and vice presidents of companies. I see investment bankers, founders of corporates and academic institutes, entrepreneurs, IAS, IPS, IES officers, political leaders, philanthropists, space roboticists, right, venture capitalists, comedians, or even a rapper. Some of you would have guessed it why I said a rapper as well. So, out of so many professions in this world, there are a few that I have chosen today. Why was that? It is because all the professions that I have listed today are professions which are being owned, done by the PEC alumni and by this campus, right? So, people who were once kids like you, who attended lectures and talks at places like you, lived in the same hostel as you do, and even had exactly the same cribs as you have. So all of them have gone on to achieve great things in life. And you will too. So when you name this session Udaan, it is very, very apt. Because from this wonderful place, you will give wings. You will give wings to your life, and you will also give wings to your dreams. Now let me ask you, right? What are some of the first thoughts you think of when I was being introduced here? When you see me on stage here, sometimes I'm on media as well, right? People see me on media, right? What are some of the thoughts? I've done this exercise earlier as well. What I've heard is some people saying, oh wow, a dream career, right? Some others say dream job, right? Others say, oh, he's a successful person, right? So on and so forth. Although if you ask me, I don't believe in any of it, right? Why? Because, I don't want to disappoint you, but the picture is not so bright. A common pitfall in comparisons is that we compare somebody's highlights with our backstage story, right? You can compare my highlights, because that's what you see, with your behind the scenes story. And your behind the scenes story is only what you know, right? I don't know your behind the scenes story. And it isn't the right comparison. I must confess, I've had my share of downfalls and pitfalls and troublesome moments too. There have been failures and lessons learned. So while a lot of people know about my successes, success as the VP of a company, success as CEO, success as amongst the probably the youngest CEO in the mobile phone industry today. Those are successes you know of, but very, very few people know my failures. And today I'm going to do exactly that. I want to talk to you about my failures. Yeah. So the story begins. How many from first year? Okay. Okay. Nice. So then I think you will, a lot of you will relate to this. So the story begins from my first year of college, first and second semester. Okay. So unlike a lot of you, I would like to believe that, unlike a lot of you who will be very serious with their coursework, I wasn't. Okay. I also want to apologize to the professors today. I don't want to be a wrong influence on the students, but I'll still state the facts. Okay. So unlike a lot of you who will be serious about your first year coursework, I wasn't. After a tough 11th and 12th, and continuously being told by everybody that life is set after you join PEC, right? Okay, so life is set after you join PEC. I felt studies were not necessary, right? And whatever little will have to be done, I will manage, and it will be a cakewalk. So the first semester for me was all about 3 E's, okay? The first semester was all about 3 E's: exuberance, excitement, and enjoyment. And less about the 4th E, education. Result, I had a reappear in applied physics. Okay. So, I did not feel too good about it, but also did not feel particularly bad. Why? Because for someone, who had never failed in any academic exam, this was also a unique experience, right? So, the second semester began, right? And I vowed to be slightly more serious, right? But not still fully serious, slightly more serious. And also did not feel particularly bad about the first semester reappear. The second semester result came. Another semester result, another reappear. This time it was thermodynamics. So, and with thermodynamics, I also realized I am in the bottom 20% of my class, right? So, computer science, we had 30 students, and I was, I think, in the bottom 20-25% of the class. This one, the second reappear, really hit me hard. Not because, reappears can't be cleared, or, they hurt your long-term career prospects too much. Honestly, they don't. They don't, right? It hit me because this is not how I saw myself. First reappear, I brushed aside as a happy one-off incident. But the second one made me feel like a failure, right? The second one made me feel like a failure. And that is certainly not how I saw myself. From being an excellent student, right throughout till college, and now being seen myself as a failure, this was certainly not acceptable to me. So post the thermodynamics result, I reassessed how I was spending my time, got my focus back, and made a turnaround from the bottom 20% of the class to the top 20% of the class by 4th year. Yeah, so there are 2 lessons to learn from here. One, you can still have 2 reappears and finish okay, or not have them at all in the first place. So, and there is a third lesson, and the biggest lesson which I learned from this time was, we must check how we see ourselves, right? How do we see ourselves? If you see yourself as a young, brash, don't care kid, you will see certain results. If you believe that you're a professional destined for greatness, the results will be different. As Gandhiji also, once said, your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits shape your character, and your character makes your destiny. Yeah. So this was, the first year of my of college. So a lot of you here are first yearites, so this was my first year. And now I moved to the third semester. So, as I moved to the third semester, a couple of things became clear to me. One, I had to pull up, clear the 2 reappears that I had accumulated proudly, and perform better. Also, as I saw seniors around me, cracking GRE, GMAT, UPSC, CAT, and so many other good job placements, I also got a sense that I will have to make my choices too. For purely personal reasons, leaving India wasn't a choice I wanted to consider. By the 4th semester, it was also clear that while I am not particularly bad in coding, I am also not exceptional in it. And if I have to do this 12 hours a day for 5 days every week for the rest of my life, I will not be the best in the world in it. So that is when, two career options really fascinated me, UPSC and MBA. The pride of creating meaningful impact through civil services really lured me at the time, and I met aspirants and teachers of UPSC to know more and get my doubts cleared. At the same time, MBA also seemed to be a very good choice because I enjoyed working with people, had a flair for organizing events, liked public speaking, taking initiatives, showcasing leadership as much as you can. And through discussions with many people around me, I decided MBA it will be. And that was at the end of 4th semester. Once I had committed to it, I enrolled myself in a coaching institute and started taking classes. Out of the 3 sections, DI, Quant, and English, for most students sitting here, DI and Quant will be comparatively easier. English will be tougher. Same happened with me as well. And a common question which is asked by most engineers is, how do I improve my English? Yeah. How many have this question? Okay. So I want a show of hands of how many of you read 1 book a week. Okay. And we can be very honest, no problem. How many of us read 1 book a month? Okay. And how many of us read 1 book a year? Okay. And the rest don't read. Actually, 1 book a year is also no reading. So I can understand where you are coming from right now, and I will share my journey as well with you. So different students here have different feelings when I talk about reading. Some of you are in the unaware stage. And what do I mean by unaware? It means I don't read, and I don't want to read also, as I don't know what is the benefit of reading. Yeah. This is the unaware stage. Then some of you are in the aware stage, which is I don't read, but I know it is good to read. Yeah. Fewer are in the action stage, which is I read, but it's not a habit yet. Right? And maybe only a minority of you are in the habit stage, where you will always find these people with a book. Yeah. When I was in the 1st and 2nd year, I was in stage 1, which is the unaware stage. And today, 20 years later, I am in stage 4. Right? But I have taken 20 years, you don't need to take 20 years. With all the textbooks to study, and with a keen interest to play outdoors, I rarely read any extra books till engineering. I found reading magazines like India Today much more useful and relatable, but I couldn't even force myself to sit, read, and finish a 300 pages book. It was the same in 1st and 2nd year of college. When I started my MBA preparation and wasn't getting the right marks in English, I asked around and I was told, read. But I always questioned, right? How will reading, say 10, 15, 20, or even 50 books improve my English? Right? And help me in solving the difficult reading comprehension questions which will come in the exam. RCs, if some of you will know, RCs are usually difficult passages on very abstruse subjects. So I reasoned to myself that instead of reading these books, let me perfect my RC approach. Right? What is RC approach? I'll read the passage quickly, solve the questions, or first read the questions. There are these different tactics which people talk about. Or I will solve more questions. Or better still, I will learn words, mug up words, and perfect my grammar. Instead of painfully pushing myself to read. But today, in hindsight, if I were to turn the clock back and give an advice to my younger self, I will say, develop the habit of reading as soon as you can. And college years offer you the time to do that. Today, with my schedule, I still finish almost a book a week. At your age, with the time some of you have with yourself, you should be able to finish a book in 3 to 4 days. That should be your target. So I don't have to take any RC exam now, right? You still have to, some of you will still take. I don't have to take any RC exam now. But then the question is, why do I still read, right? Because see, we are engineers. We really want a logic behind why am I doing something, right? Without logic, nobody wants to do anything here. So I also ask this question, right? What is the reason, what is the fun of reading now when I don't have to crack any exam? So, today in my job, I'm expected to know so many things. Take decisions of which, cost crores of rupees for the company. It even makes or breaks organizations and careers, right? So therefore, any decision that I have to take, it really holds a lot of weight. And just to ask you, do you know I know everything before taking that decision? I don't. I don't know about leadership. Everything about leadership, people management, advertising, media habits, sales channels, technology trends, cross-cultural issues, right? Supply chain, human psychology, people motivation. There are tons and tons of subjects which I don't know about. But when I read, it opens up my mind. And there are functional experts with me. But being the leader of the team, I can ask the right questions. I may not have the right answers. And this is one thing you will learn as you will grow in your career and become a leader. You need not be a functional expert in everything, right? You need not be. But you need to have the ability to ask the right questions. And with the right questions, you will get the right answers. And this is how I improve myself and how I improve our business, right? If I have to ask the right questions. And if you want to do well in life, you will have to commit to this habit of continuous learning. In today's day and age, anybody who is not learning daily will become archaic, will become antique very soon. The workforce you are going to enter does not and is not going to respect hierarchy. The only thing it is going to respect is ideas, the power of ideas. We are in the era of knowledge economy, right? Some of you would have heard many years back we had the agriculture age, right? Then we had the industrial age. Now we are in the knowledge age and maybe very soon move into AI, so on and so forth, right? So while we are in the era of knowledge economy, nowhere the difference between successful and unsuccessful companies stems from the thoughts and ideas the leaders have. Hence, this habit of continuous learning is the only solace and fallback option. You can also tell me, I can learn from podcasts, documentaries, right? Videos, Netflix, right? There are good documentaries on Netflix as well. And while I was, researching for this talk, I also did a little bit of Google search to check the efficacy of reading versus watching, right? And research has continuously proven that reading is definitely a good way of learning because you are more active when you're reading. So yes, documentaries, Netflix, podcasts are very good supplements to your reading, but they are not substitutes, right? So then, then the question comes, okay, you've convinced me, I think I should also start reading, but how do I start reading, right? I don't know. I have tried it earlier as well, but I have failed. Right? So how do I read? There are a few things which I have picked up over the course of my journey, which I can share with you. Firstly, there is no right or wrong book, right? There is no right way or wrong way. Few things, you must keep in mind as you build your habit. First, there will be false starts, right? What do I mean by false starts? You will pick up a book, you will not like it, you are free to leave it. In the last 20 years, there are so many books I have picked up which I have not read beyond the first chapter or even beyond the first few pages, and it's okay. I'm not guilty about it, right? So if you don't like a book, don't push yourself to read it, leave it as you're building your habit. Secondly, some people prefer physical books, others prefer e-books, right? Some prefer borrowing from libraries, some prefer buying. Choose whatever works for you. Choose whatever works for you, and don't worry about the expense on these books, on this habit. This is not an expense, this is an investment. An investment which is going to give you the maximum returns possible in your life, right? So this is not an expense, this is an investment. Third, amongst the vast genre of books available, when I was developing my reading habit, I liked reading autobiographies, biographies, and there are countless available there, who were the bestsellers of our times, right? Reading the business leaders' journeys, challenges, and successes made me visualize what a corporate career and what corporate success looks like. While I tried many times, and some of you would have got this suggestion, I tried many times, but I could not read fiction, right? And I preferred non-fiction, and I'm okay with it. And till date, I still can't read fiction, right? So I find non-fiction to be more engrossing and valuable, and that's what I stick to. If possible, try to add variety to your reading, especially if you want to do well in reading comprehension. Vocabulary and different ideas always help. Lastly, reading, like any other habit, comes from little bit of patience and perseverance. For anything that we learn, a concept of physics or maths, drawing or cycling, we don't learn it in a day. And also, we don't give up after a few failed attempts. Then why do we give up on reading? So invest your time, resources, and willpower in reading. Your returns will be manifold. And if you don't find yourself reading, remind yourself. If you don't find yourself reading, remind yourself you haven't found the right book. Yeah. So if you will find the right book, you will always finish it. So this was like a slight detour from third, fourth semester and building reading as a habit. Coming back to my MBA preparation, I was attending classes and taking mock tests, and I will say my preparation was decent. By the end of third year and during the fourth year, there are two key milestones for most of us, right? Either we have to go for higher education or we have to look for placements. For placements, I had decided I will not be opting for a career in software. Hence, while I did take up an offer in one of the mass recruiters, I had my eyes set on one of the very, very few non-core companies which came to campus 16, 17 years back. Right? So this was a business analyst role, and I was so sure I don't want any other job but this job that I left 16 companies to sit for this company. Right? So I did take a job in mass recruiter, but after that I waited and left 16 companies for this one company. Right? And this was the only job I thought is worth pursuing post my engineering. Right? And luckily I did get selected in that, and that was my plan B. Plan A was still cracking one of the top 10 B schools. So when now I've taken the exam, have a job also, and the MBA results came. So as the MBA entrance results came out, I did not get the percentile I wanted to, and hence I did not get a call from any of the IMs. FMS used to have a separate entrance test. Now FMS has one entrance test. Earlier FMS used to have a separate entrance test, right? And in that particular exam, I did well and got an interview call. That was the only call I had, unlike some of my other friends who had multiple calls and had done well in the exam. So for me, my chance was 1 out of 1. One call, and I have to convert 1 out of that 1. I prepared as well as I could for my FMS call, gave the interview and hoped to clear it. But I did not. Yeah, I did not. Yes, I failed in the only chance I got to get into the MBA school of my choice. No final list, no wait list, right? And it was disappointing and heartbreaking. Some of my friends were joining their dream colleges, and here I was with, just another year of preparation in front of me. So, but as it says, anything which is good and worthwhile, success is not guaranteed. And the only way to succeed is to work hard and learn from your mistakes. I joined my job, and in those 8 months that I was working, till my next attempt, I worked the hardest I have ever worked in my life. My office timings were 10 to 6. My wake-up time was 4. And I studied till 9. And then on returning from office, again study from 7 to 9. Used to sleep by 10 and again wake up at 4 the next day to continue the rigor. Weekends were devoted to taking mock tests and mistakes analysis, right? Even today, when I look back on those days, I still feel happiness and contentment. And whenever I'm down, I still look back to those days because those were tough days, right? And I look back and realize that I could stay alone in a one-room house, focus on my studies without any distractions, and not feel discouraged at all. Again, the time for results came. And this time, I did crack FMS. Right from the day I had started preparing for MBA, I had a special love for this college. I don't know why, but I had a special love for this college. And now it was a dream come true to study in this school. So, enough has been said about B school life. So I don't want to go on and on, but a short para will do. So, those 2 years that I studied are really enriching. Why? Because you meet people from so many different streams and backgrounds. In engineering, we still meet people who've studied sciences, right? We still meet people in class 11, 12 who had taken, PCM. Now also, we are with people mostly who are studying similar subjects as ours. But when you join a B school, there are people who've come from arts background, people who've come from entrepreneurship, people who've come from so varied backgrounds that your mind just opens up. And that happened with me as well. So, there were unfamiliar subjects, unique environment, excellent faculty, and immense peer learning. Right? Those were my key takeaways from my 2 years of B school. So now I passed out in the year 2009, and and some of you were very, very young at that time, 2009 was the big recession year, where we saw the world economy crashing and tumbling, and big banks like Lehman Brothers collapsing in a few weeks. So while a couple of months back, I almost had 2 job offers in my hand, before I could even start my campus placements, I had 2 job offers in my hand. And here I was with everything cancelled. And I was looking at getting just 1 job from campus. It was possibly the worst year of B school placements in the history of B schools. But our class somehow managed to get placed. Now today, as I stand in front of you with all those years of work experience behind me, I want to share a few things with you that I feel you must remember. Firstly, what got you here won't get you there. This is true at every stage of your career. Yeah. Today, you're studying in an excellent engineering college, right? You stop working hard, as you saw in my case. Placements might be a struggle, right? You pass out of a good B school and don't embrace the corporate world, you won't grow. So remember, what got you here won't necessarily get you where you want to go next. Second, keep a growth mindset, right? What is a growth mindset? This is a full 300, 400 page book written by professor of Stanford, Dr. Carol Dweck, one of the best books I have ever read. So what is a growth mindset? Stanford professor Dr. Carol Dweck, she says that there are people, and people can have 2 kinds of mindset. One is a fixed mindset, the other is a growth mindset. If you think, intelligence is something basic, intelligence is fixed, and it cannot be changed. You are a certain kind of person and you cannot change. You have a fixed mindset. But if you believe, no matter your level of intelligence, no matter what is your skill set today, your skill set can improve. No matter your level of intelligence today, it can go up. No matter I don't know a particular thing, but I can learn it. This is called growth mindset. And it has been shown that growth mindset people reach ever higher levels of achievement and success. Why? Because growth mindset leads to a desire to learn and therefore a tendency to embrace challenges. They persist in the face of setbacks, see effort as the biggest input to success, learn from criticisms, and find lessons and inspiration in the success of others. So therefore, keep a growth mindset. Third, failing to plan is planning to fail. Yeah, failing to plan is planning to fail. Messi once said, "It took me 17 years and 114 days to become an overnight success." Yeah, a lot of us, these days talk about overnight success. There is no such concept as an overnight success. Friends, career success doesn't come through any accident. It requires planning to begin with. And therefore, I believe that failing to plan is planning to fail. Planning is your deliberate attempt to succeed. If I were to ask you, how many of you know Serena Williams? Okay. Venus Williams? Yeah. So most of us know, Serena Williams is considered to be possibly the greatest athlete ever. Not just women athlete, but men and women combined, the greatest athlete ever. How many of you know Richard Williams? Okay. Yeah. Post the movie, right? Okay. Yeah. So Richard Williams was the father of, or is still the father of, Venus and Serena Williams. And there is, I read this book written by him called Black and White many years back. And there is one particular thing which really struck me. He said he was so clear in his vision of that, he wants to make his kids tennis champions, that he wrote a 78-page plan on how he will make his unborn kids champions of the tennis world. The daughters were not even born, and he had written a 78-page document just to have a plan on how he will make them the greatest champions in tennis history. This is called, planning. And you don't need to go to that extreme, but the more you can plan, I think you're increasing your chances of success. Fourth, we must define our goals very clearly, right? A lot of us, and me too, a lot of us sometimes set output goals, right? I want to take admission in this particular college. I want to secure these many marks. Nothing wrong in setting output goals. But I also want to urge you guys to set input goals. Set process goals for yourself. What are process goals? Process goals are you enjoy the journey as well, not only the destination, right? And if you will do that, because sometimes results are not in our control, right? But if you're enjoying the process, then you will not feel hurt and you will still be motivated to do well. I can give an example from my personal experience. We at ICU, we are still a young brand. Some of you may be knowing us, a lot of you may not even know us today. And as we are setting up our company, as we are launching new products, some of our products have done exceptionally well, right? While at others have also been failures. But and I have a small team, and the team is highly motivated, and they don't easily get discouraged by failures. Why? Because we are enjoying the process of creating a new brand. We are enjoying the process of, in this tough competitive mobile phone market, which has the world leaders like Apple and Samsung. We are a small team, still having the belief and the faith that something good can be created from this brand. So therefore, define your goals carefully and clearly, and don't have only output goals, have process goals as well. And lastly, as I end my speech, I want to tell you one thing, which is all of you have your own unique journey. Right? It is easier said than done, but I will like to advise you to not compare yourself with others. You will only add stress to your system. Don't compare yourself with others. Please remember, each one of you will have your own unique journey to success and happiness. Some people will do well in academics, some will do very well in extracurricular activities, some will get their dream job from campus, and others will get there after a couple of switches in their careers. One of my friends, he got his dream MBA, then he got his dream job, and he left all of that within 1 year, and left that to learn dance, tennis, and music. Another B school friend finished his CA, CS, MBA, joined family business, and then left all of that to start his own company. So the world is too big a place. The world is too big a place for each one of you, and you will find your own happy, sweet corner. Hence, have the confidence and faith that you will be successful. You will achieve your goals, and you will fulfill your dreams, but not necessarily in the same fashion as your friend. You will have your own unique journey. That's all from my side. Hope you all have a long and successful Udaan in your life. So this was just the first part of my speech. Okay, more importantly, I want to have some questions. If you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer. Because Sukhmanpreet told me you have 1 hour. I said 1 hour I will put people to sleep. So I think 20-25 minutes were enough. If you have questions, I will be happy to take questions. Just one request, no engineering questions, please. Yes. Do we have a cordless mic?
हेलो जो आपने प्लान की बात की ना
Yes.
उसमें जैसे उन्होंने इतनी कॉम्प्लेक्स प्लानिंग की थी, तो इतनी कॉम्प्लेक्स प्लानिंग वर्क करना इतना आसान नहीं होता ना. जैसे मैं एंड सेम से पहले 10 डेज प्लान करता हूँ, वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स हो जाती है और वो भी हो नहीं पाती अच्छे से.
Absolutely correct.
तो फिर प्लानिंग के लिए कुछ टिप्स?
Okay, so see, I think as with I shared with you earlier also, as with anything worthwhile in life, it will not come easy. And 10 दिन पहले planning is not planning. It is firefighting. ठीक है? Planning होती है जो उन्होंने करी थी, and planning होती है जो आप अगर आज first year में है, you plan your 4th year, you plan your 3rd year. That is planning. Planning is not what happens 10 days later. So the important thing for all of us is, I think कर रहा हूँ, what do I want to achieve? And you will not be right first time. So there is, this theory these days that earlier companies used to make annual plans, right? And I remember 10 years back, we used to work on AOPs in companies. AOPs are annual operating plans. Now, what I am shifting to in my organization, and many organizations are already doing it, it is not AOP, it is quarterly plan, right? So we can only see as much as the next quarter very clearly, right? And then of course we have longer term plans, but for the next quarter we have absolutely written down plans. So for you also similarly, you can think of 3 months plan, 6 months plan, but that is to begin with, and have clearly defined goals. For goals, there is a concept called SMART goals. I don't know how many of you know SMART goals. So SMART is an abbreviation. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A stands for achievable, R stands for think realistic, and T for timeline, time bound, right? So have SMART goals for yourself, so that when you achieve those goals, you also feel happy about it, and there is a sense of accomplishment. So therefore, don't plan 10 days. 10 days is not planning, it is firefighting. Yes, next question.
Good morning, sir. It's my pleasure having an interaction with you. Sir, can you please tell who is your role model to be, from whom you got inspired and being a person and being a founder of a place where you are?
So, say no particular role model, but role model as in, there are many people from whom you take inspiration. So if your question is who inspires you, then I will say there are people around you, and so many wonderful people around you that you can learn from. You can learn from greats like the best of the people in business. You can learn from your friends. You can learn from books. So learn from wherever you can, right? And as far as I am concerned, I follow sports. I like playing tennis. Roger Federer has been one of my favorites, inspiration, so to speak. Nadal is another, right? Just the longevity of their careers, it teaches you a lot. Djokovic, I don't know if you know the amount of rigor he has, discipline he has. So it also brings to the point that success has a price to pay, and if we are willing to pay the price, you will get the success. But you have to be willing to pay the price.
Good morning, sir. So we know that IQ has captured a very huge market in the past few years. So I wanted to ask that what was your vision when you joined it as a CEO, and how did you proceed to take it further?
Okay. Firstly, we don't have big market share. Okay, so we are still a young brand, and I would like to believe that even if we have big market share, we want to stay humble and stay hungry. As far as IQ is concerned, the most important thing for us as we are setting up is, and for business and for any business, there are things called points of parity and points of difference. There are some points of parity, which means how are you similar to your competition, and POD, which is points of difference, means how are you different from your competition, right? So very important for us to understand what's our point of difference. Young people like you, why will you choose IQ and not choose anybody else, right? That is the most important thing, and it's very complex. It's not so simple to answer. But to put it simply, I still feel that in a market like India, if we can do a good job, then there is enough space for many players to win. But it's important for us to do a good job, right? And only then I think we can even fight with the biggest of the brands that you can think of right now. And in some of the segments, we are really doing well. In fact, 2 days back, we launched a product, and this has broken quite a few records for us as well. So overall, yes, we, as I shared earlier also, we have our shares of success and failure, but important for us to keep going.
So my question is, आजकल हम देखते हैं बहुत ज़्यादा ड्रॉप आउट रेट्स बढ़ गए हैं. Even top CEOs like Elon Musk have also said कि we are no longer looking for the degree that the people hold, we are looking for the skills that they possess. Sir, so आप इस आइडियोलॉजी में कितना बिलीव करते हैं, और आपको क्या लगता है कि फॉर्मल एजुकेशन एंड डिग्रीज कितना हेल्पफुल करती है कॉर्पोरेट कैरियर में या किसी भी फील्ड में?
Okay, good question. Good question. So, देखो, मेरा मानना ये है कि लाइफ जो है वो एक गेम ऑफ प्रोबेबिलिटीज है. इट इज़ अ गेम ऑफ प्रोबेबिलिटी. जैसे क्या है प्रोबेबिलिटी, एंड इट हैपन्स अक्रॉस, राइट?
आप ड्रॉप आउट होके भी सक्सेसफुल हो सकते हो और आप पूरा पढ़ के भी अनसक्सेसफुल हो सकते हो, राइट? Finally, it is probability. I feel probability is higher if you have education, have degree, and then you succeed, right? Probability is higher, I feel. Similarly, you look at food, right? I can eat all the junk food in the world and still not die till the age of 70 or 80, right? And at the same time, there are young people, right, who collapse at the age of 40, 50, right? So, but it is a game of probability, right? The chances of happening, this side or that side, the chances vary. So that is the way I believe that, when you do the right things, you increase your probability. There is no certainty. There is no certainty that, okay, I will drop out and I will succeed, or I will, finish my education, have the best of degrees of the world and still be successful. You can still be unsuccessful. But I think it is about probability. And I believe you should be on the right side of probability rather than the wrong side. Having said that, if you have a very strong idea for which you think if you wait, then somebody else may have a similar idea, I think you must go for the idea, right? So many things that I learned, right, during my B school. Am I applying all those things in my work? No. But whether it is engineering education or B school education, they give you a very, very strong foundation, right? They give you a very strong foundation on the basis of which you can rise further. And on the last point being, it sounds very fancy to have some names like Elon Musk thrown around. Similarly, there are other very successful names as well. Sundar Pichai, right? He's completed his education. Indra Nui completed her education. Ajay Banga, completed education, and so many others also who've completed education and still been successful. So again, as I said, there is no hard and fast rule to success. Each one of you will have your own unique journey, and you must believe in your journey. Don't follow others. Have your own unique journey. Yes, please.
हेलो सर, तो पिछले 3-4 साल से तो आपके जैसे कई यंग ब्रांड्स हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल आईकू हो गया या कालपे का जो अभी नया स्टार्टअप है नथिंग, वो हो गया, वन प्लस हो गया. तो कालपे का उनका कहना है कि स्मार्टफोन इंडस्ट्री अब थोड़ी बोरिंग हो रही है, कि कुछ नया नहीं आ रहा. फॉर एग्जांपल कोई फ्लिप फोन वगैरह कुछ ही मतलब इनोवेशंस है जो अभी हो रही है. तो आईकू अभी क्या मतलब रिफ्रेशिंग या फिर क्या नया लेके आ रहा है कि मार्केट अभी थोड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बने स्मार्टफोन वाली, और क्या नई डेवलपमेंट्स हो रही हैं? या
आपको भी लगता है क्या कि बोरिंग है?
हाँ सर, मेरे को भी थोड़ा तो लगता है. फॉर एग्जांपल पहले जो नोकिया के फ़ोन आते थे, कई ऐसे घूमने वाले 2 स्क्रीन्स वाले थे. अब कई इनोवेशंस तो हैं, जैसे अभी ओप्पो का नया आया जो पीछे 2 साइड डिस्प्ले है, आगे वाली भी और पीछे वाली भी. फ्लिप फ़ोन भी है. हाँ, तो वैसे ही मतलब थोड़ी बोरिंग तो ही है, पर हाँ कुछ अभी भी इंटरेस्टिंग है. सिलिकॉन चिप्स पे काफ़ी काम हो रहा है. फॉर एग्जांपल अभी एप्पल के आईफोन 11 से लेके अभी तक 14 में कोई मेजर फ़र्क नहीं है. वही सेम नोच छोटी छोटी कर रहे हैं बस, आगे और कुछ नहीं है.
Okay. So, see, and this is also something which I have been very commonly asked, कि स्मार्टफोन इंडस्ट्री में इनोवेशन जैसे पहले हो रही थी अब वैसे हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही. Each industry, I think, has its own highs and lows and has its own timeline. पहले स्मार्टफोन इंडस्ट्री की जो विजिबल इनोवेशन थी, and I will use the word visible, वो बहुत ज़्यादा विजिबल. जैसे कि when I started working in this industry, मैं जो पहले फ़ोन बनाता था उसमें स्क्रीन साइज था 1.44 इंच. That is when I started working. 1.2G phone. Then 2G से 3G, 3G से 4G, फिर 4G से 5G, and now 6G. Yeah. And all of this, and I'm not very old, right? So all of this has happened in the last 14-15 years. So if you will look at 1 year and 2 years and make a comment like this, I don't think it is particularly right. I think you have to look at a slightly longer window and then see. The second thing is the innovation is not only visible innovation. जैसे आज से पहले हमने नहीं सुना था, हमने एक फ़ोन लॉन्च किया, पहले हमने कभी नहीं सुना था, राइट, कि आपका फ़ोन 50% चार्ज हो सकता है सिर्फ 6 मिनट के अंदर. And it's not we alone. There are some other people also in the industry who've done it, right? So the fact being that if innovation is not only what is seen, it is also what is felt. And if you ask the consumer कि अच्छा आपको पहले वाले फ़ोन में अब वाले में कोई फीलिंग में डिफरेंस है, आई एम श्योर लॉट ऑफ पीपल विल से फीलिंग में डिफरेंस है. आई स्पीक टू सो मेनी यंग कंज्यूमर्स, वो कहते हैं मैं पुराना फ़ोन जो यूज़ करता था, नया फ़ोन इज़ मच फास्टर, इज़ मच स्मूदर, display is much better. This is also innovation. Innovation is not only what is seen, it is also what is felt and ultimately the user experience. Yes.
Sir, is the industry ready for this innovation? Like he said, many folding phones are coming and dual display, triple display. Are actual public buying it, according to you?
देखिए, I don't want this to become a smartphone session. So last question on smartphones, okay? But I'll give you one example. Many years back, I saw a phone which had transparent display. Right? Transparent display. तो मैं ऐसे देखता था, मेरे को वो भी दिखता था और पीछे मेरे को अपना हाथ भी दिखता था. So this was 10 years back. Similarly, at that time, I also saw one phone, solar charging. Right? Solar charging. But these industries never, these functions never made to mainstream. Right? तो कौन सा function finally mainstream में आ पाएगा? It depends on a lot of things. It depends on कि क्या उसकी cost right आ सकती है कि नहीं आ सकती. Right? जैसे हमारी big screen क्यों हो पाई? Because cost became right. Right? It's true for the whole world actually. Right? So which innovation will finally come in the market depends on which becomes mainstream. Okay? No questions on smartphone now. Smartphone questions can be offline. Okay.
Sir, my name is Aditya. Sir, I did a little bit of stalking on your LinkedIn profile and found out that you are never found without a book or two. So what are some of your great recommendations for the students? I mean, can you name some few books which are really, really great for us to get motivated?
See, firstly, please, as I said earlier also, whatever you think is the right book for you is the right book for you. Okay. I have also developed this habit over a period of time, and I have also developed my interests over a period of time. And honestly, Amazon knows my interests better than I do. Okay, how? Because Amazon keeps recommending also, right? Once I buy a particular book, they'll recommend a few, and I usually end up buying. So, but as you know, some of the books I have quoted today as well. I learned a lot from Black and White. I learned a lot from Mindset, from Grit. I think one of the best books and the best TED Talks you can hear and read is Grit. Grit is from Angela Duckworth, and it is a 1-hour TED Talk. But the TED Talk does not do justice to the book, because see, all of you are young, and what the book says is that there is just one single biggest predictor of success. Just one single biggest predictor of success. If you have to see ये person successful होगा कि नहीं होगा, अगर आप कुछ नहीं check कर सकते, आप सिर्फ एक चीज check करो, and that is grit. What is grit? Grit is, persistence, perseverance. अगर आप fail होते हो, do you rise up again, or do you get discouraged? So I will suggest you to start from that book called Grit, and from there on Amazon will take care.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. So
Yes,
sometimes
please.
in life, like, we are unable to find the solution to a problem,
Yes,
or
sir.
unable to get a new idea, like the mental blocks that we go through. So how do you get over those mental blocks?
Okay. भुवन बाम किसको पता है? तो ऐसे भुवन बाम का YouTube शॉट देख रहा था मैं एक बार. वो कहता है कि जब मुझे दिक्कत होती है मैं सो जाता हूँ. And next morning I have the idea. So for to answer your question, see, there is again no thumb rule or shortcut or any magic pill that I can share with you. if you have a mental block, you can discuss with others. You can try approaching it with a new lens, the same problem, right? Try reading more about it. This is one more thing which I have learned, during my life, which is whatever problem I am facing today, somewhere in the world, somebody has already faced it. I am not new to this problem. This problem is not something which is happening only with me. So, like today morning also, before I took off, there was something which were going on in my mind. And at 7:30, I started writing to my team on some of the ideas that I had. And, they started replying. So, and I found out that while I did not know the answer, they knew the answer. So, therefore, the answer lies somewhere in the world. It is not that the answer is not there, just that we have to find it hard enough. And if you will speak to people, try doing some research around it, I think you will find your answer.
फुल लग रही हो तो
बिल्कुल ठीक बात.
तो फिर टाइम वेरी कर सकता है ना और
Absolutely.
इनिशियली ज़्यादा भी लग सकता है ना
बिल्कुल लग सकता है. What I want to suggest is finally you should end up at finishing a book in 3 to 4 days. I think that is where finally you should end up. It can happen a week, a year later, 2 years later, which is okay. And you're absolutely right. There are some books I have read 3 times also. I keep referring to them, and that's the reason why I prefer buying instead of borrowing. And I've told this to my daughter as well, that there is money, unlimited money sanctioned for only one thing for you, which is books. Rest for everything else, she has to beg and plead to me. But books is unlimited budget for her as well. So therefore, you have to do that. Okay, done? Okay, last question.
Sorry,
yes.
sir. Yeah, so can we have this one last question, because you're facing shortage of time. So I request everyone to kindly bear with it, and we are having this last question. So please go ahead.
हेलो सर ऐसा क्यों होता है कि जो एंटरप्रेन्योर और फाउंडर होता है या सीईओ होता है उसको वेटेज ज़्यादा मिलती है किसी ऐसे बंदे से जो पीछे टीम में काम करता है पर उसे ज़्यादा पता है मैटर के बारे में. जैसे एप्पल जब फाउंड हुई थी तो स्टीव जॉब्स और स्टीव वोजनियाक ने की थी, पर आज कोई वोजनियाक का नाम नहीं लेता. वोजनियाक, एक पिक्चर आई थी स्टीव जॉब्स, उसमें वोजनियाक ने बोला भी था कि एप्पल 3 को एड्रेस करो स्टीव जॉब्स को, पर उसने कभी भी एड्रेस नहीं किया. तो ऐसा क्यों होता है सर, जबकि स्टीव जॉब्स को कोई टेक्निकल नॉलेज नहीं थी ज़्यादा.
Okay. So, good that this is the last question. आपको लग रहा है मेरे साथ भी ऐसे ही हो रहा है? देखिए, there is one thing that I want to share with you, which is if you don't deserve it, you don't get it. Okay, Steve Jobs, I think he fully deserved whatever he got, therefore he got it. And a team, a company is not made only from one skill set, which is a skill set of technical or whatever. A team or an organization or a company is made from many skills, right? And जैसे 5 उंगलियां, सबका अपना अपना काम है, लेकिन सब बराबर नहीं है, right? In our body also, there are so many functions which are running. Heart is also running. Is heart lesser important than the face? But you are known from your face, not from your heart, right? Why? Because some things are visible and some things are invisible. It does not mean heart is lesser important. So, and each one does get his or her due, is what I feel. What is important is that, we first, if you deserve it, you will get it. I think that's the most important thing. I think Steve Jobs deserved, and you are quoting just one side of the story, which is possibly right also. But look at the good skills Steve had. Look at the vision he had, right? The management style he had, right? And now I'm part of a very small organization, and I can tell you, running an organization is not easy. It is very complex. And running a large ship like Apple, it requires tremendous management skills. So if CEOs are where they are, I think they deserve to be where they are. Otherwise, they will not be there, right? There are enough and more people to take your place. Enough and more people. Okay, So that brings me to the end of my session. Thank you very much.
I thank Sir for his time and being such an inspiration. Now I would like to invite on stage our faculty in charge at CDGC along with the coordinators to please come up on stage to facilitate Sir with the memento of the event. So we have a few minutes break now. We'll be starting shortly. Please be seated. Please be seated. It's just a mental break that we have. After such huge gushes of motivation, let it settle down and we'll be starting after that. Please be seated and maintain the decorum of the event. I once again request please be silent and maintain the decorum of the event.
Can I have your attention, please? So folks, let's enter the exciting world of research and higher education. So our next speaker is the one who has excelled in the field of research and highly contributed in the field of electronics, Dr. Vinod Karar. Dr. Karar is currently designated as the Chief Scientist at the Central Road Research Institute, New Delhi. He has completed his master's degree in electronics from PEC in 1999, followed by a PhD degree in electrical and instrumentation engineering from Thapar Institute in 2014. He started his professional career as a professor and a coordinator at ASIR, followed by working as chief scientist at CSIR CSIO for more than 29 years. I'm sorry for the interruption. So I would now like to request our faculty in charge along with the coordinator at CDGC to please honor sir with a bouquet. Can we have a big round of applause? So without any further delay, I would like to request Dr. Vinod Karar to come up on the stage and enlighten our students in the field of research and higher education.
गुड आफ्टरनून। रोहित शर्मा के बैटिंग के बाद पुजारा के लिए बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। जब इतना अच्छा लेक्चर उन्होंने दिया तो उसके बाद मुझे लगता है एक सीईओ और साइंटिस्ट के आउटलुक में बहुत डिफरेंस होता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह से उन्होंने एक सेंटलिंग लेक्चर दिया वो बहुत अच्छा था, तो उससे मेरा थोड़ा कम टफ हो गया है। But research is one of those careers which has taken up very seriously in recent past. I think once we had satellite launches, we have programs like combat aircraft, we had nuclear tests and so on. That the profession of research has taken up a big leap in recent past. So I'm an electronics engineer, and I came into research by accident because I was basically a biology student, and I cleared ambiguous entrance with the state rank of 21. But I became an engineer because at that time we had an option of taking biology and maths in the same class, and I was also a cricketer. So I got selected in an under-19 cricket team, but because of my breathing problem, I could not pursue that career. Ultimately, I became an engineer and I did my BTech from NIT Bhopal. And when I came to Chandigarh, I joined CSIO to do preparation for IAS and IES. Luckily, I could clear IES. I got a light rank in IAS. But once I joined CSIO and I started doing my research in one of the most exciting area of aircraft instrumentation, I found that this is my career which I want to pursue. And then I got 2 more jobs in between, but again those were in research only. Because in research it is something in which you can do whatever you wish to, whatever you are dreaming and whatever you have learned in your BTech or whatever you are observing, that you can actually implement practically. See, when you are in your BTech after 4th year, there are so many options. So few people go for generally CAT, UPSC, defense. some very few people go for MTech, very few people. Then MBA, placement and so on. But if you see in recent past, in India, the research has taken a new steps. In the sense, if you talk of our vaccination part, you talk of defense technologies, you talk about software development, and there are so many avenues in which research and development has taken a new lead in different areas, and you can find different laboratories even in the kind of government laboratories which we used to had earlier some 20 years back. They have taken a lot of change. If you talk now of ISRO, it used to be a typical government organization, but no more now. It is almost as good as a corporate office in which people have a defined goal. They network a lot because now the concept of networking has taken such a step that we grow in groups. It is not that I am only growing. So we grow in groups. For example, if the ISRO is developing a satellite, it is involving multiple agencies. Many IITs will be involved, many other laboratories will be involved, different branches of electronics, aerospace, aeronautical, physics, chemistry, biology, everybody would be involved. So if you talk of research is basically there are different definitions of research. It could be systematic, rigorous investigation of a situation, problem, or it could be finding a solution to a problem, or you can do a general research to find a new concept. So there are different definitions of research. I will not go into detail. But why a person will do research? Why a person should do a research? The first thing to do a research is personal interest, because when you do research, you are not in that difficult situation which I personally felt why I didn't choose the career of a UPSC, because I thought because that bureaucracy would be difficult to handle. Though there is bureaucracy in scientific culture also, research also, but to lesser extent. So one has to have personal interest, the intellectual curiosity has to be there, and of course career advancement. In recent past, the research career are highly paid jobs, not like in the earlier days. Now they are highly paid jobs because now people pay for your ideas. People pay for your ideas. So if you have very good ideas, people will pay you anything. In earlier days, in multinational companies, you only used to get job if you are a fresh BTech. Nobody will get a job after MTech. But now even MNC companies, they are taking people after PhDs also. So things are changing. We contribute to knowledge. By research, we intend to do impact on society. At times, it is an academic requirement if you want to go in teaching. And the financial incentives, because financial incentives is also a very important part, because if you have a new idea, a small new idea can earn you lakhs and crores of rupees. So research and development and ideas are something which can get you good money. Again, the significance is also the similar thing: the advancement of knowledge, solving problems, improving the understanding, driving innovation. Now, sometimes we confuse research with innovation. Innovation is something which we do from the engineering viewpoint. It may be from the user viewpoint. It very little to do with the basic science, but it is generally how you innovatively change the execution of a particular process. So that is innovation. By doing a good research outcomes, we can have a policy decision which could be changed by the government. And of course, personal growth is also there. Sometimes we also confuse as an engineer, as a science people, that it is only confined to science and engineering. It is not so. People do research in arts. They do research in commerce, management. There are new management techniques coming. That's why you get so many PhDs in management also. So there are various types of research. The basic research, we have very few labs in India are confined to basic research. Generally people who are from basic sciences, they are more into basic research, from physics, chemistry, and generally CSR labs and few DST labs, they are more engaged into, and the labs under Department of Atomic Energy, they are into basic research. The quantitative research is practiced by organizations like Road Research Institutes, where they collect lot of data, and based on that they arrive to a particular conclusion. The applied research, here we engineers fit in, where we do research to apply a solution for a particular problem. The longitudinal research, where like for example you are testing a vaccine, you keep on testing and you test for 5 years, 10 years. For example, few vaccines are tested, for example COVID vaccine, people say that it has side effects of it has a cardio side effects, but they will keep on doing studies, research, and after 10 years there will be slight modification, so those effects will be reduced. So that is called as longitudinal research. At times people say we were in hurry, we hurriedly rolled out the vaccine, but it saved lots of lives. So yes, there were few side effects as estimated by few clinicians and scientists, but those side effects are minimal compared to the benefits. The qualitative research, here you have the observation, and if it is combined with the quantitative research, it becomes even better. The descriptive research is where you have a very detailed design of experimentation and do detailed research combining quantitative, qualitative, and all kinds of research, and it also involves the basic research part. The classification research is mainly from the computer science background, where you have multiple data and you classify different kinds of results in different schemes. The phenomenology, where you try to understand one or more individuals' experience of a phenomena, right? For example, I have given example of Bhopal gas tragedy. It happened in 1984, and people keep on asking, means every year, how their health is getting is still there after say 30 years of tragedy and so on. The ethnography is another example, where you do study on the, for example, study on the life of tribal people. So these are the steps of research process. You select a topic, define research problem, you define objective, you do review of the literature, data collection, sample design, prepare research design, working hypothesis, execution of the project, data analysis, generation, and report. Now while it may sound very simple, but for example, we were discussing about the innovation in the telephones, or you forget about that. If you remember, we used to have a big TVs some 15 years back. Those were cathode ray tubes, right? So we had big cathode ray tubes, and TVs were very bulky. And now we have got different TVs, the NED TVs, NED. So they are very small TVs. Then we have got projection TVs, but still they are called TVs, right? So if you see from the research in the TV part, while the display have changed, the back-end portion, that is electronics, the software, the mechanical hardware has also changed. So whenever you change a technology, you change a research, it changes in group. For example, in initial designs of TV, there was no use of optics, right? Now the TV were very bulky. Now you have a projector here, and you can see this bigger TV. This is again a TV. This is called a projection TV, right? Mr. Nipun was talking about the transparent display, right? Now here you can see, you are seeing a screen, but you cannot see beyond it, right? So you are focused to this screen. Now you just imagine you are driving a car. You would have seen in Baleno and other BMW cars the head-up displays. So you see the green symbol, green floating symbols, and you can see through the glass. So that also is a TV. What we do is we project through such kind of system, which is an optical based system, the symbols on the glass. So glass has a coating, and the symbols reflect back, and the visible spectrum, that means you peel off only a small spectrum of light, some 40 nanometers or 80 nanometers from the visible spectrum. Rest all is passed through, so you can look through it. So now just imagine you are driving a car at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and suppose you see a police person, and you see a speedometer and you come back. You would have spent around a second, and in 1 second the vehicle will traverse some 27 meters, and 27 meters on a road is a huge distance. So transparent display can help. That's I am giving example of how research can help even in applications like television. Same goes for mobile also. We were discussing. I went to discussion that there are so many things which goes into design of a mobile, the situation awareness and the human comfort. Nowadays, ergonomics play a very important role. There are few ergonomical features which we will not be able to recognize, but that will be perceived more into the daily usage of your technology. So these are the R&D process. We generate the idea, we refine idea, basic research. So these are applied research and development. Sometimes we confuse research with the development. So while applied research is you are finding the concept, you read papers, you draw some inference, you design some new schemes. But development is how you implement those ideas. So development essentially is an engineering part where you develop. For example, you use the term I am developing a hardware. So what you do, you develop a design where you will develop the mechanical portion of it, you will develop the electronics of it, you will develop the code for it, and so on. That's the development. The innovation is the small engineering changes which you will do, which may be to improve the productivity, to improve the ergonomical part, to improve the manufacturing process, and so on. The scaling up again, when it is very easy to design a small circuit. In COVID times, you could find so many people are making ventilators. But see, ventilator is a very complex technology. CS also made one, but we could also only sell some 10 numbers, because ventilator is a very complex machine where a person, if a small bug can kill a person, right? So scaling up is a very challenging task. Making a small circuit, a small module, you can make n number of modules, but making a system is very difficult. In an engineering design, what we say is, if I claim 80% of my specification, that should come 100% of time. Which means that if I, for example, if I have a design as an interns, when you do internship in your BTech, you will run a design and it runs and you will okay, ho gaya. But it is not like that. So we will keep, as a scientist, as an engineer, we have to run that process for minimum number of times, so that bug should come. For example, if I have a delay because of my coding error, some nanosecond, so that bug will come, say after run of some, say 1 lakh times, that bug will come. So I have to simulate those conditions to create a bug. So scaling up is another challenge. On the technical service, that means I should have a clear-cut plan wherein I can, once I have a clear-cut, if I am through all these steps, I can provide the technical services, so that also is a part of the entire product development process. generally research and development, they are used jointly, but there is a lot of difference in between these two terms. But still we continue to use, because ultimately our aim, as also now promoted by Government of India, that we should make as many things indigenous as possible, right? Still we cannot, still we do not have semiconductor industry at place, but rest of things we can make it our own. For example, these are in any R&D process, we should have a core technology, we should have complementary technology. For example, Nipun was talking about the use of solar charging, so that come into complementary technology, complementing technology. That means we can have a we should also have, for example, charging. If our charging technology is good, that is a complementary technology. The peripheral technologies and the emerging technologies. So when we do R&D strategic planning, these steps come into picture. Now, as far as research funding is concerned, so in research, basically we have got 5 types of funding: from central government, state government, business, Indian private, multinational and international, academia and NGOs. And these are the institutes where you can find your research careers. These are government organization as well as private. AIMS, CSIR, Department of Science and Technology, DRDO, Department of Space and ISRO, Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Biotechnology, Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Technologies, ICMR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, IIITs, in both Indian and international, NITs, central fund, CFTIs and state universities, private universities, NIPER, private industries, PSUs, multinational and startups. So there are, in India we have lot many options of research where we can plan our career in government as well as private. We also have option in public sector undertakings. We have got 3 types of public sector undertakings: Maharatna, Navratna and Mini Ratna. So there are also a lot of research takes place. For example, BHEL does lot of research in electrical things. But Navratna are more into research. For example, BEL has lot of research in every unit, but main research center is in Bangalore. We have got Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, which has built its own helicopters and aircraft. So there are so many. Their list is very long, but I have mentioned those companies which are into research and development to some extent. So DST conduct research in these areas. So you can find that engineering sciences is on the lower side. The engineering, the bottom one. So generally in India, the position of engineering as far as research is concerned is not seen in very good light. But in recent past, because the main emphasis has been on the publications. If you see any science university, you will only look into publications. But in engineering, generally now government asks, where is the physical product? So now engineering has also taken up in. You will be surprised that in DST only some 2-3 labs are taking engineering graduates, right? And in CSR also there are 39 laboratories. Only 6 labs are engineering labs. We have got so many state councils. So again, they also provide opportunities for research. So if you talk of S&T organization in India, we have got 7,890 S&T organization across India. So who says that research is not going in India? Department of Atomic Energy carry out research in agriculture, medicine, industry, and basic research. And TIFR is one of the premier institute where you get all the Bhatnagar awards. Most of the Bhatnagar awardees are from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. So all these institutes of DAE are doing state-of-the-art research in physics, in basic physics. So, so these are also the institutes where you can consider your career. And these are spread across India. They're spread across India. Then Department of Space also previously our SCL Mohali was in space only, Department of Space only. Now it has shifted to MIT, and Department of Space comprises of many laboratories, including ISRO. And again, ISRO has got so many sections, and it respects engineers a lot, because we have got a balance of around 70-30, 70 engineers and 30 people from science, basically physics. So these are the centers which are working working for ISRO as different centers at Thiruvananthapuram, Bangalore, Sriharikota, Valimalan, Bangalore, Ahmedabad, and Hyderabad. These are the centers which are working, but there are other centers who are contributing indirectly through various other technologies. DRDO is more into engineering. So you can see we have got aeronautics, armaments, electronics, combat vehicles, engineering systems, instrumentation, missiles, advanced computing and simulation, spatial materials, naval systems, life sciences, training, information systems, radars, electronic warfare. So DRDO has got more than 50 laboratories. We have got 4 laboratories in Chandigarh. So here also you can consider. MIT is basically into IT. So they are more into policy formation and the routine implementation of informatics part. So there are two laboratories which you can consider. One is SCL Mohali. Now in the new semiconductor mission, the SCL has been given a leading role to make semiconductor chips in India. So it is one of the leading. It will be one of the leading laboratories, and NIC also does research in the IT part. So we have got different centers of NIC in India. Then we have got ISERS. They do research in basic sciences. We have got different aims. Why I have shown aims? You may be because biomedical and biotechnology engineering also is one of the parts where these organizations are contributing in research. The IISc is the #1 ranked institution in India, which promotes cross-disciplinary research, and you can see it does research in and provide degrees in biological sciences, chemical sciences, electrical, electronics and computer sciences, mechanical sciences, physical and mathematical sciences, and combination of all these sciences. So this is one. Then we have got IITs. Again, IITs by virtue of its constitution, they have a lot of flexibility in implementation of rules and regulation, unlike institutions like PECs and NITs. Here they can have multiple collaborations. Recruitment process is very simple. Procurement process is very simple. So there are a lot of differences in administrative structure of organization like IISc, IITs and IIITs. So that's why you can see these organizations are flourishing in even not only in education but research also. And that is how they are able to have collaborations across industries from abroad, and they have very active collaborations, and that is how they are able to publish lot of papers. Lot of technologies are also coming from them. So IITs are also doing a lot of research. The ICMR, there are laboratories in ICMR in which you can contribute through biomedical instrumentation. And CSIR, as I told, that it carries research in these areas, and you can find, I'm also from CSIR. So CSIR, there are only 6 laboratories which are working in engineering. So very few, and the positions are like scientist, JRF, SRF, Inspire, QHS, and in fact, once you do BTech, one can complete MTech and PhD in 5 years. There is a program in IITs, ACSIR, and few NITs where after your BTech, if your CGPA is more than 8.5, then you can get a fellowship for 5 years, and you can do your MTech and PhD in 5 years. So you get a fellowship of 35,000 for first 2 years, and 31,000 plus HRA, and next 3 years you get 35,000 plus HRA. So this also is a scheme. Then you got Inspire, where you get around 85,000 as your per month as a stipend, and plus you carry out your PhD. These are all given in the website. Some astrophysics institutes. Now I have covered all the government things, but why private sector is not there in R&D? See, if you see in private sector, generally they would believe that they would import something and assemble it. They would purchase a Chinese thing and assemble it, because the benefit a private industry would get because of its nature being declared as MSME. So they do not invest more in R&D. So because they do not invest in R&D, so that is why you find that most of the R&D is confined to government sector only. So you can see in terms of GDP, so the R&D expenditure of India is 0.9% only, whereas it is 1.5% and 2.5% in China and USA, right? So, and this is because private sector is not investing anything. It is not investing anything, and it is only interested in selling the things, which means that it will purchase, assemble, and sell it. So in the name of R&D, it is only to the extent of stabilizing a product, but not in terms of actual research. So again, as in the second part, it is mentioned that since we have got second largest number of SMEs in the world, and they employ almost 40% of the Indian workforce. So their contribution is 45%, and since they are not into R&D, so they do not contribute into R&D. So again, if you see the international comparison, the contribution there was only 3% of the GDP in the current year, and they were planning to increase to 4.6. But what happens is, again, since there was no contribution from the private, this cannot be increased. Now, if this figure has to be taken of European countries, this figure is very healthy. This figure is very healthy. It goes to as high as 50 to 70%, which means that the licensing between industry and academic institutes is very good. There the professors can directly interact with industry, and their procurement process is very fast, which is not the case in India. So largely because of the administrative setup, this is not taking place that fast as it should have taken place. Similarly, if you see the public sector undertakings like BEL, HCL, currently government found that PSUs are not investing in R&D. So what they did, they now since 2014, central government is taking all the funds after 31st March. So whatever profit they have earned, it will take back. So now what PSUs are doing now, to avoid surrendering the funds, they are utilizing that fund in R&D. So in recent past, you can find a surge in terms of R&D spending by industries, because of the government policies. So PSUs do not want to give it back to government. So it is investing, but the R&D houses, what is the solution could be that large private houses like Texas, GE, Motorola, they can invest in R&D. Tatas are investing hugely in R&D. They are contributing through corporate social responsibility as well as direct funding also. if you see broadly, you can see there are basically the policy constraint, which means that if even if a government sector want to have a licensing with the private, the policies would not allow them to collaborate directly, and private industry, because of limitation of funding, they cannot carry out a state of the R&D because of the large cost of the equipment, because for R&D you need equipment also. So the solution should be that there should be government policy where a private industry should easily be able to access the equipment of a government organization. But in most of the cases, if you start doing this, you land up in other problems. So a lot of changes are required in this. Recently, the pharmaceutical industries have, if you see in the COVID times, the Serum Biotech has taken along with CSR laboratories, they had come up with the vaccine, but lot of controversies came out that they were not tested and so on. There were a lot of corruption. So even if people are trying to collaborate in government and private, the things are not coming out that nicely. So that is why you can see the biotechnology sector, though effort has been there to collaborate between industry and the government, that is not coming out that nicely. So how private sector can help? So how private sector can help, or how they are contributing? Right now, MNCs are working on software, electronics, and VLSI have their own R&D setup in India and abroad. We have got Siemens, we have got Cadence, we have got Motorola, we have got Data Patterns, we have got so many companies who are working on software and hardware, but essentially they are more inclined towards defense sector. So if you see the defense sector, we have got so many companies which are lined up in Gurgaon, Noida, as well as Bangalore and Hyderabad. But as far as VLSI is concerned, we have only got multinationals which have got their setups in India, right? So the other private players, like if you see the automotive sector have grown a lot. It has grown a lot. If you see Tata, Mahindra, they have come up with their new vehicles which are competing with any world-class vehicle. For example, if you see any infotainment systems, the systems which are used by now, even they recently one company I will not name, but they are going to have a collaboration with CRRI for a head-up display for their cars. So those kind of things are now taking place. There has been a significant improvement in R&D in private and biomedical sector. We have a company called Ellenger's Medicare system in Deravasi. You would be surprised that they are almost some 30 to 40% of equipment, biomedical equipments, are manufactured by that company. So it is spending lot of money in R&D, and it is exporting also. So Ellenger's, it is on the main highway. Ellenger's healthcare systems, right? Then we have, as far as manufacturing is concerned, we have got lot of manufacturing facility of biomedical in Thiruvananthapuram and Chennai and Bangalore and Mumbai, but R&D is still lacking. R&D in private on consumer goods is not in good shape. Automotive sector, we have got good automotive sector at Pune. So Pune is a hub for automotive R&D. So sometimes we argue that should R&D be done only by good scorers? I don't think that it is only meant for good scorers, because any person who's working hard, one should have a good acumen for new ideas. That means he or she should be able to persevere with the implementation of an idea, right? And it is R&D time intensive? Yes, it is. You need lot of patience, you need lot of perseverance, because generally to have a stabilized result takes a lot of time. Validation takes a lot of time. and that is why sometimes you may come to 90% of your result in a particular timeline, but rest 10% will take your 90% of time. So perfection takes a lot of time. So which R&D area, multidisciplinary or a specific one? So this also is a question. Suppose see, sometimes if you step into research area as an engineer, people who is heavily biased with the science people, they will ask कि electronics तो एक routine काम है, coding software को बोलते हैं, they are coders, and same goes for mechanical engineers. So this kind of difficulties are there when you do a research career, which means that when you decide a research career, you should also be ready to learn and perfect basic sciences, which means that while you are working on in a R&D in a research problem, you should be ready to learn physics concepts, chemistry concepts again, because for example, if I am developing a heart-lung machine. I can develop a heart-lung machine only when I know the basic principles of biology, engineering, and mechanical engineering, electronics, computer science, right? So R&D cannot be a very specific field. It has to be multidisciplinary. So while you can be expert in one area, but you should have a good feeling for other subject, so that you can appreciate whether your R&D should be India or abroad. That also is a question. Private or government? Private still, if you see private, it is in government there is R&D, there is research and development both, but in private essentially it is development and innovation, not much of research. Is R&D only possible in government institution? As of now, its answer seems to be more in government sector only. But now things are changing, where now big corporate houses are contributing to research funding because of government schemes. There are few government schemes where government promotes to give tax benefits to those corporate houses which give funding through corporate social responsibility. Then you've got MS programs of abroad in India, direct PhD after BTech, the ISER programs. So few IITs give degree, give admission directly after BTech. The ACSR program also gives admission directly after BTech. And how can you approach scientists and professors? You have to persevere. You have to keep on writing, read their work, read their research papers, and then based on your interest and their interest and their matching, you can keep on writing. And it's a painful process, but once you keep on writing, you can definitely get good inroads, and you should be able to write a good SOP, so that if you write a good SOP, chances are there that your professor may understand your mental level and may take you in their research programs. So these are the few movements. And the biggest advantage which I have found is that daily you have a new challenge. Because sometimes what happens, you keep on working for 6 months, nothing will come out. Even as a software developer, you keep on writing codes, nothing will come, bug will not be solved. Suddenly one day that bug will be solved. So you need lot of perseverance. You keep on working. It gives lot of self-confidence. You can make a discovery. You can do creative things. So because leadership can be in science also. You can be leader in your area, right? I can be leader in displays. You can be leader in app development and so on. You've got lot of internship which is there, which means that if you want to go for higher study in research, you have a financial support, and during the research development program, you also develop skills, you develop connections, because when you publish paper, you attend conferences, you develop contacts. And I also strongly believe that if you are good in research and you have confidence in development, then you can have your own industry also. So So this is few of my work. Just before I summarize that I have done in my 29 years of career, different types of head-up display for various fighter aircrafts. And this is again for fighter as well as for naval ships. All the lighting systems which are there now, they are fitted with Indian lights. Recently we have built a attack periscope for a submarine. Periscope is a equipment which is around 55 feet long, and it's a very complex technology which gives surveillance power to the submarine. So few technologies for aircraft carrier. These are the optical landing system, a system for MiG-29K and so on. So you can see when we do research, you can actually see things happening from your own eyes. And in India, if you are good in research, you can really contribute to the growth of the country. Because see, you just imagine, some 20 years back, we were not able to purchase an aircraft also. We forget about making an aircraft. Now at least people are coming to share technologies with us. Now, if people say light combat aircraft is a flawed aircraft, people say that there's a lot of problems. But the thing is that we have our own aircraft. If I have a war, I can build my own aircrafts, right? So indigenous development could be boosted a lot by young research minds. And you can see these technologies are implemented in various programs. And few through engineering, you can provide an end-to-end solution. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your inspiring words. As we are running short of time, so maybe we can wrap in 1 or 2 questions, if anyone has to ask anything. So I would like to request the faculty in charge at CDGC and the coordinators to please come up on the stage to honor sir with a memento of the event. Can we have a big round of applause? I again thank sir for gracing us with your presence.
Good afternoon, everyone. To guide you with higher education opportunities, I would like to invite some distinguished speakers from IDP Education Limited, which is a global leader in international education and has focused on building trusted human relationships for more than 50 years. In recent times, their investment in digital technology and customer research has enhanced these personal connections with their students, test takers, and their partners. Therefore, I request everyone to greet a warm welcome to IDP Education and greet them with a great round of applause. Everyone is requested to please maintain the decorum. Guys, just a 1 minute break until we call the next speaker. Hello everyone. We have a surprise speaker session for you in the evening. If you want to know who the surprise speaker is, we present a glimpse of him here. Thank you. Can you guess who it will be?
It is with the great pleasure that I introduce Mr. Punardeep Singh, an accomplished IES officer serving in the Indian Railways. Mr. Punardeep's impressive academic credentials speak volumes about his commitment to excellence and his dedication to the field of engineering. His passion for engineering has been validated by his remarkable achievements in the fields including being a GATE topper 2019 and clearing the Engineering Service Examination ESE in the same year. He graduated from Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh with flying colours, earning the institute's prestigious gold medal for his outstanding academic performance. So, without further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Punardeep to come on stage and share his insights and experiences with students and professionals alike. Please come on the stage, sir. A huge round of applause for the sir, please. And I would like to also invite Professor in charge CDGC to present sir with the bouquet. There is an announcement. Whosoever has the caller mic, please come forward with the mic, please. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause, everyone.
It's good to be back here in PEC. Right now I had a discussion, wonderful discussion with my faculty members, and I still see myself as a student, still learning. And few years back, almost 5 years back, I was calling for people here, and now I am being here. That's a wonderful achievement for me, and wonderful achievement for you, and for everybody who has organized this event. So great round of applause and appreciation for everybody here. So energy सबकी थोड़ी डाउन हो गई है. So let me recharge you up. So मुझे तुमसे बहुत ज़्यादा काम लेना है, and I'll make the hard work. You'll do the hard work for me. So just to see that whether you can do in a chorus, just speak 3 words for me for 3 times. Okay? With me? Yeah? You have to say, we are PEC. In a chorus. We are PEC. Okay? One time. Not good. We are PEC. We are PEC. We are PEC. Good. Thank you guys. So, before I start the session, my job here is to make you comfortable in GATE examination. They've given me the target that you have to speak about that GATE excellence. The gateway is the path for excellence. But you already know about GATE. You already know what is GATE examination. You already know how to prepare for it. I'll just make you comfortable so you do not have any fear inside you to crack that examination. And I'm telling you, it's just an examination. It's just the doorway to many worlds. So I'll make you guys comfortable. But you have to do the hard work for me. I'll run the slides, but I'll never look back. You have to announce each and every word for me, each and every line for me, because it's going to be a revision session for you guys only. Okay, so while you leave this hall, everything should be in your mind. So it'll be like a revision session for also to you. Okay. So before I start with the gate, I just want to, because many of you guys don't know about me, so I'll just brief about me. I graduated back in 2018 from mechanical engineering department, and after that I didn't know what to do. So I was a topper, okay. I had many with me, but I didn't know what to do. So I think my mother came to the rescue. She is right now working in Indian Railways, and she has been a big inspiration for me to join the service. So because of her, I'm currently an IAS officer in the same department as my mother. I wanted to crack IES only, but just not to waste time, or not to, when people say I'll just give a gap year like that, not to waste time, I just went for GATE examination also. So it is a similar practice only. GATE is just objective and ESE is subjective. ESE, by ESE I means Engineering Services Examination, through which you get different services of technical branch. So after 2018, May 2018, my journey started in Made Easy. Made is a platform. It's a coaching institute in New Delhi. It's the best institute for GATE examination as well as ESE's examination, as far as it is concerned. I joined there. Within 6 months, I was able to do the GATE. The full preparation, they devise the syllabus, they devise the plan in such a way that you can easily follow it up and easily crack the examination within 6 months. So GATE is not that big. But for engineering services, you have to dig a little deeper. Then after May 2018, I just prepared for till December, and I had my prelims of engineering services in 2019 January. So the results were not there. So I sat for GATE examination also in Feb 2019. So the results came in March, the GATE results, and I cracked it with an AIR of 50. So that was done for me. Thank you. The next thing was to crack IES. That was a major attempt, major thing to do. So I thought, okay, now I've got GATE, so some comfort is there, something I have got in my hand. Now let's go for IES. But I kept GATE in my hand because now wonderful opportunities were open for me that I'm going to discuss with you. After that, I just waited for my mains examination preparation, and after March, I immediately went for practice for the mains examination in Made Easy only. So it was a 2-month session for the mains paper, and the mains paper was held, I think, in August. And July, that's July. And by that time, I had got calls from 2 big Maharatnas, that is ONGC and IOCL. I hope you are aware of it, right? So I got a call for ONGC, I went there, cracked the interview, got a call for IOCL, got there, cracked the interview. Now I had 2 more options with me. But I still didn't go for it. Let's go for IES first. I sat for the examination. The result came in August, and on my birthday, 2nd August, the result came for mains examination, and I cracked it. Then this was a tough struggle for me. Why? Because now I had got 3 options. Whether to continue for mains, whether to go for IOCL, whether to go for ONGC, and by that time, the call letter had also come from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, because of GATE examination. Now 4th option came. So what to do? Can anybody guess मेरे credentials के साथ किसके साथ मैं गया होऊंगा उस time पे? Can anybody guess? Now you know na. Okay, I went for ISC. For 3 months I went to ISC, and I think मैंने वहाँ पे पढ़ाई भी नहीं की शायद. I just went there, had a good discussion with all professors, did saw whatever research is going on there, and waited for the interview for my IES. So the interview was scheduled in, I think, September. And the results came in October, on the day of my sister's birthday, 25th October. So, on 25th October, when I just sat there on my laptop, my sister opened up. I said, oh, today is your lucky day. You just open it up. You see the results. I'm not going to see anything. She opened it up. I was sitting like this. Something should happen, something should happen. And she said, you cracked it. So now, again a big struggle. ONGC with me, IOCL with me, then IES with me, and IISc professors was telling, don't do it, don't do it, don't leave IISc. Now what to do? But still, I went for IES. You know why? I'm going back to the same thing. I had a passion for it, and my mother was the biggest inspiration for it. So never leave your passion. That is the crux, that is the lesson which I'm going for. Never leave your passion. If you're passionate, if you have a constant desire to do something, something you have in your heart that I want to accomplish it, and I want to remain there only, just be there. And wonderful things are going to happen for you. Just don't leave it. The next thing I'm going to talk about is, there is no shortcut to success. All this has come. You might have thought कि अरे भाई इसके credentials पहले से अच्छे थे, इसका तो होना ही था. There is nothing like that. Even if there are 3 stages of clearing IES, prelims, mains, interview. Even if at one stage I just become lethargic, the game is gone. The game is gone for you. You have to be consistent from prelims to mains to interview. But game is like an ODI, one-day match. If you're lucky enough, you practice enough, you'll do it. But ESC is a test cricket. Continuously you have to struggle. Okay, let me get back to now GATE. Can anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me what is the full form of GATE? Anybody? बोलो भाई, नीचे वालों, ऊपर वाले तो कोई है ही नहीं है, नीचे वालों बोलो. Yeah, please. You can shout here, you are packed crowd here, what is this?
Gratitude Aptitude Test of Engineering.
What?
Gratitude Aptitude Test of Engineering.
Graduate Aptitude Test in Engineering.
Yes,
you are
sir.
correct. But do you think this should be the abbreviation? I think it's time to change the abbreviation. You are correct, my friend. But I'm going to go for new abbreviation. GATE is fans. First year only. Fourth year is sitting where? Okay, they might be seeing me somewhere. Okay, fine. Okay, but many of you in the fourth year, you'll be going for GATE only. Okay, but you think that GATE is just an examination. It's just an examination. It's a pathway to many worlds, but don't think, कई लोगों ने hype बना रखी है, GATE पता नहीं क्या चीज़ है, and GATE is what? Like GATE exam मुझे देना है, that is my destination. That is not the destination. It's just a one door to many worlds. And I'm going to tell you, थोड़ा बहुत तो तुम्हें पता होगा, थोड़ा बहुत मैं बता देता हूँ. It's a 3-hour test of 100 marks. Just a 3-hour test of 100 marks. You might be sad, but it's nothing. Then there is a negative marking, but are you afraid of it? Not at all. For one mark question, there is 1/3 negative marking. For 2 marks question, there is 2/3 negative marking. But if you know the answer, are you afraid of it? Not at all. Then pattern, if you tell me pattern changes every year. Sometimes they will go for objectives only, sometimes they will go for number filling things, and sometimes they will go for multiple choice. So the pattern changes, so I'm not going to talk about the pattern, but mostly it is objective only because it's an ODI match. Easy to crack, बोलने की ज़रूरत है और then how it is easy, I'm going to bifurcate it. How it is easy. So graduate aptitude testing in engineering. So aptitude, basically they're checking your aptitude, not your mathematical skills, not very much your technical skills, just your aptitude. If you find logic in something, if you have logic for everything, you'll crack this exam without knowing something about engineering itself. Why? Because 15 marks is just for aptitude. What they will ask now? Just filling the blanks for pronunciation, just for small synonyms, antonyms, like that. 15 marks, it's in your pocket. Next comes mathematics, 15 marks. Pec में कितनी maths पढ़ते हो यार तुम? And engineering is almost mathematics only. And I hope mechanical में तो 9 types of integration is there. Electrical में तो और भी ज़्यादा है, पता नहीं क्या क्या पढ़ाते हैं वो लोग, right? So you go with a lot of maths. So maths is not a difficult task for you. So these 30 marks are in your pocket. Now you have to concentrate about the rest 70. That is the technical trade, specific to your branch, whether it is electrical, mechanical, electronics, or anything. And they will not ask you very difficult questions. They will just ask you objective type questions. Now, गेट के बारे में पता लग गया. कुछ opportunities मैंने अपनी introduction में बता दी, but let's go again through it. What are the different opportunities through gate? You have got gate exam. What to do about gate? Second thing. कहाँ जा सकते हो gate के साथ? First of all is the public sector units. The Maharatnas, Mini Ratnas, Navratnas, like ONGC, BHEL, IOCL, these companies, you can go for it. They give you a huge package, what you call cost to company, CTC. ONGC is currently running at 21 lakhs, 22 lakhs. Correct? You can go for it if you're money minded. But technically you'll not be very strong. They will put you in some small place and you'll be going after the same job again and again. When I got offered the job, they put me in the research field, and what I had to do now, I just had to test the oil samples. That's why I rejected it. Just oil sampling, day and night, day and night. So that's why I didn't go for 22 lakhs package. I just thought, if this is research, I don't want to do it. So that's up to you. If you're going for a package, that's a good option. Second thing, GATE is definitely for masters, whether it is MTech, whether it is masters in science or masters in research. What is the difference between three? सबको पता है? कोई बता सकता है? कुछ लोग तो यहाँ पे काफी इंटेलिजेंट भी होंगे ना, जिन्होंने पहले से ही 4th year की प्लानिंग ऑलरेडी कर ली है. Can anybody answer me? What is the difference between masters, MTech, masters in research, masters in science? आज नो कि सबको भूख लगी है, मुझे भी बहुत लगी है, इसलिए जल्दी जल्दी बता दो. MTech, it's a 2-year course, right? 2-year course. Mostly you'll be studying and maybe one thesis you have to write. Masters in science, almost the same thing, but you'll not be very technically strong. You'll be going after only study subjects only. You'll be not in focus into research. Then comes the third thing. There is masters in research. It's a 3-year long process. I will not suggest you don't go for it. If you want to go for it, the next option available is PhD. Go for direct doctorate. Don't go for masters. Now enough opportunities available in India that you can directly go for PhD. And there is a prime candidate for PhD also that I'm going to show at the end. What is the next option available? MBA. Recently, NITI Mumbai ने भी start किया था. You can go for MBA through GATE, and they have added some 3 or 4 subjects like humanities, environmental engineering, and whatnot. So you can go for multiple aspects through GATE. This is the prime candidate, जो research का कीड़ा जिसके अंदर है, they should go only for PMRF. What is PMRF? That is the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship. And it's a wonderful opportunity for you guys because you will be getting a stipend of 75,000 per month with a contingency of 1 lakh rupees every year. And you can run that for 5 years. So it's a prime candidate if you want to go for research. The only thing, you must have a good GATE score. You must have a plan in mind on what topic you want to do. You must have a plan which professor you want to go under, because PMRF is currently run by all IITs, IICs, ISRs, everyone. So you just need to find what branch you're going to go in, which professor you want to work under, and what topic you want to work on. Then that's the best opportunity if you're not planning to marry very soon. You know what is GATE now. You know what are the opportunities. The next thing, how to prepare for it. So I think यहाँ 4th year का crowd नहीं है, so you are the best candidates how to prepare for it here. First thing, initial preparation. Whether you have passion for it. First you want to look deep into your heart whether you want to go for it. Is GATE the perfect option for you? First decide that. If that is clear, half of the journey is done. If you want to go for it, next thing, whether you can go for coaching, if you want to do coaching, or whether you can do it alone. So how can you decide that? You can decide based on the review of the syllabus. Whether you are doing engineering, whatever engineering branch you are in right now, whatever syllabus is of a GATE, whether you're covering everything in that syllabus by yourself, if you can do it, then don't go for coaching. But I'll personally, based on my experience, I'll personally suggest you go for coaching because they will give you crisp overview of the whole syllabus. They will give you what to study and what not to study for the specific exam, because first thing you have to do is to crack the exam. Then comes the door for other opportunities. So based on my experience, go for coaching. And coaching, there are multiple options right now available. You can go for online coaching also, offline coaching also. But whatever experience you'll be getting in offline coaching, whatever competition you'll be facing in on offline coaching will never be there in online. Because you don't know the faces, you don't know the competition, you don't know the pressure sitting with other people, you don't know how to crack exams, you don't know how to sit in exams also. So better to go for offline. Now Corona is over. So take a good amount of time, think, and go for coaching. Next, test series. Many people will saying test series leni hai ki nahi leni hai, whether we can go for test series of the same institute, same coaching center or different coaching center, it depends on you. But try to finish at least one complete test series. What mistake people do now? They will take one test series, they will take another, then third one, and they will never even finish one. Even one they will not finish completely. So that is the mistake everyone is doing. So go for one good test series. There are 3 good test series right now available. You can take a note of it. One is Made Easy. Next is Ace Academy. Third is Exergic. There are 3 good test series available for GATE. You can try any one of them. My personal suggestion will be go for Ace. I'm not here to advertise about any coaching center or something like that. This is just purely experience. Then, सबसे खतरनाक चीज GATE की for any examination actually, you need to study all the previous year questions. So that'll be like a guideline for you. What do you want? What they actually test you for? What do they actually test in the exam itself? So that hint you can get only in previous year questions. Next thing, crowd थोड़ा ढीला पड़ रहा है, so just जोर से बोलो क्या लिखा है? In chorus, revisions. Say like that, revisions. अभी ढीले पड़ गए. अब मैं हर एक slide तुमसे ही बुलवाऊंगा. Revisions. The next thing people generally ask me, how many revisions you can go for? See, if you're a person with an eidetic memory or photographic memory, you don't need to go for revision. If you have a good memory, you can go for 1 or 2 revisions. That's sufficient for you. If you don't have a good memory, go for 5 revisions. If you have time still, go for 10 revisions. So there is no number. It depends on you, how much confidence you have in you, whether you can crack the exam with this many revisions or not. So that's up to you. So GATE, cracking GATE, you need 3 things only. First is practice. Lot of practice. Lots and lots of practice. And practice does not mean doing the same question again and again. Go for quality, don't go for quantity first. First go for quality, cover everything. Then you go for quantity on the same questions. So practice, practice, practice. Second thing is confidence. And confidence will come after practice only. The third thing, that ODI match na, jis din GATE exam hoga, you have to know everything. You want to sit and just say, I'll crack this exam. अगर वहाँ बैठ गए और मैंने बहुत बहुत अच्छे लोग देखे मेरे साथ, they could crack whatever मैं जो question करता था 15 seconds में, they could easily do it within 5 seconds. इतना experience था उनके पास. But when they sat in the examination, they were in the ranks of 1300, 1400. They could not do it because उस दिन lack of confidence था, उस दिन शायद maybe luck factor is there. But why to go for luck? Why to blame luck? First you go for confidence and practice. If you practice, you will have confidence. If you have confidence, you will definitely crack that. Notes, another a big question. Very very big question. Some people will say कि हमें notes बनाने हैं कि नहीं बनाने हैं. Some people will say no, बिना notes के तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता. So it also depends on the person itself. But I'll personally suggest make short notes. Don't go for long notes. Make short notes. Short notes means, short notes का भी actual meaning किसी को पता है? कई लोग भी पूछ रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं? Short notes. Whatever you are making notes in classes na, that also short notes. Because you are writing 3 or 4 words for every line. But actual short notes means, if you have like a small topic like limits in mathematics. So you just write all the formula in one small window. And that is a short note for you. Short note be such that whenever you go for it, you only have 2 or 3 pages in hand and you can revise it anywhere. And that will help you in revision also. Got it? Now you have knowledge about GATE. What are the different opportunities? How to prepare for it? I'll share you some Indian Railway experience also. Because GATE का experience मेरे को कम है. But Indian Railways, जो मैंने engineering services से crack किया है, उसका experience ज़्यादा है. Right now, the scenario is going in on government sector like. Government jobs are not at all government right now. So whatever picture you have in your mind, it's not like that. It's more like a private company only. I am working currently in Integral Coach Factory as an assistant works manager. But my job is like a manager in a private company only. Most of the consultancy, most of the things are being done by foreign firms. I am just there to manage that. But it's not like कि तुम सिर्फ manage कर रहे हो. You can give lots of technical inputs. Right now I'm currently running 3 projects in Indian Railways. I'll tell you a little bit about it. How can you contribute your, because people will say government jobs तो अब वैसा रहा नहीं है. And they won't even, the pay structure is fixed. So why to go for government jobs? But I'm telling you, if you go for like government jobs like Indian Railways, there is a lot of technical experience you can get, which you can use afterwards in your further endeavors. Right now, you know Vande Bharat? How many rakes have been allotted now? How many rakes are running across the country? There are 10 rakes right now running across the country, from North India to South India. And ICF, where I'm working, Integral Coach Factory, they have a plan of 400 rakes in the next 3 years. So you have a lot of technical input to give. Right now we are facing 3 problems, and we are a batch of 4 people there in Integral Coach Factory from the same batch, 2019 batch. They've all been given specific tasks. What I have been given, I'll tell you. First, they want to control the undulations in sidewall. You know undulation, what is undulation? So when you look at the coach, the side wall where windows are placed, you will see like waviness in that. Have you seen? Little bit of waviness is there. So first project which I am doing, how to control that waviness. The next thing which they are going, the windows, particular windows, in Vande Bharat you can see continuous windows are there. Continuous black windows you will be seeing. It's not like separated windows, like in normal usual coaches you see in Indian Railways. It's like a continuous window. But in continuous window, there's a lot of chance of leakage also. They're putting sealant in it. So next thing they are going for is control of that leakage. So from 9th rake onwards, that leakage has been controlled just by technical input only. And you know what is the solution for that? What solution we gave? Just a very small solution. But after a lot of study of drawings, lot of study of design. What they were doing, they were not putting sealant on the inside of the frame. They were just putting it on the outside. So when we study the design itself, when we put the sealant inside the frame, that leakage was stopped. So now from 9th rake onwards, there is no leakage of Vande Bharat. The third thing which they're going for is to change the undulations in the underframe. You see, coach is like this. You see the coach, not normal coach. Windows, you see the roof, and you see some components down in underframe. We call it underframe. Underframe means it's the frame on which underslung equipments are there, like battery boxes, like toilets, that biotank toilets, underslung equipments. What they're seeing, there are undulations in the underframe itself. Now they're trying to control it also. So how you can give your technical input in that field? If there are undulations and there is so much welding going on in underframe, that means this undulation is due to the maximization of heat input. So what I'm going after is how to control that heat input, how to control the welding sequence so that you can minimize that undulation in the underframe. Because of when you give a lot of heat to something, it will expand, and after some time it will contract back, right? But when it is contracting back, that we cannot control. That contraction we cannot control anyhow. So what I'm going for is, I have to control the heat input such a way, and I have to train my staff in such a way that the welding sequence is such a way that the heat input is minimized. When the heat input is minimized, that undulations and shrinkage will also be reduced. So those are the three things which I'm doing right now in Indian Railways. So we cannot say that there is no technical expertise there. ये सब तो हो गया. Government job की थोड़ी pros देख लेते हैं. What are the different pros of government job? So you can also get excited about it. What are the different pros? No, it's okay. Now you're going to help me with it. First pro, please. जोर से चिल्लाओ. सबने पेंशन, सैलरी, ये सब, लॉन्ग टाइम बेनिफिट, ये सब देखा. First thing is you will get a lot of respect. Not only for you, in the society itself. Because you are contributing directly to society. What is the next thing? Exposure. How exposure is coming? जब तुम Indian Railways में काम कर रहे हो, you will be directly contacting each and every firm, all the companies. You will be directly communicating with all these things. कंपनी के लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हो, डिजाइन के लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हो, with other officer you are working, you will get a lot of exposure, you will get a lot of knowledge. So whenever you go for other job, that experience will be there for you. Third thing is contribution to society, that itself is understood. Fourth thing is dynamism. Indian Railways is currently the largest network or largest you can say organization in the Indian subcontinent actually. Indian Railways is the biggest organization we are working in. You know that? That fact is very well known. And it is the 8th largest organization of the world. So dynamism itself there, because there are a lot of departments in which you can work for. And if you contribute 5-6 years to Indian Railways, they will go for deputations also. Deputation means you can go to other sectors also while you retain your job in Indian Railways. Next thing is versatility. Yes. You will be dealing with a lot of stuff. They'll be coming to you with a lot of problems. You'll be dealing with design concepts. You'll be dealing with drawings. You'll be consulting with firms. You'll be managing the bill payments. Right? You'll be going for foreign tours. So there is a lot of dynamism in Indian Railways also. And the biggest thing I think which is there for me is the time-based promotion. So there is a fixed timeline for each and every promotion. That is also one big advantage. ज़्यादा pros हो गए ना? एक दो कौन भी देख लेते हैं. There's a fixed pay structure. You can't do anything about it. Whatever government is paying you, you have to accept it. The only thing you can do is you can only contribute to the society. That should be the biggest thing for you. You're contributing directly to the society. You're not there for the pay itself. Second thing, you will be under a lot of rules. There are so many rules in government. You will be constrained with so many things. But if you're doing right, is there any hindrance for you? कुछ बोलो भाई, खाना खाना है सबको अभी भी. Third thing, the system is a little rigid. If you want a change, you have to go deeper. Grassroots level पे काम करना पड़ेगा, ज़मीन पे काम करना, field level पे काम करना पड़ेगा. Then you can bring about a change. If you think you are an officer there and you can just change anything, you are not fit for the Indian Railways. ये सब तो हो गया भाई. थोड़े जीवन के अनमोल रत्न भी ले लो मेरे से. From whatever experience I have. You are preparing so much, you're doing everything, but one thing you are forgetting, that without health there is nothing. So fix up your schedule. Subah utho, go for a walk, go for a run, do yoga, something you do, but fix up 45 minutes for yourself so that you can be healthy. If health is there with you, you can achieve anything. स्थिति खराब है तो क्या करोगे? मम्मी भी नहीं उठाएगी. Be punctual and consistent. Second thing, always be punctual. Do the things. वो राम रहीम की क्या वो जो कबीर का दोहा याद आ रहा है ना, काल करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो अब. The same thing you follow. But यहाँ पैक में क्या होता है? आज नहीं कल करेंगे, कल नहीं परसों करेंगे, and that will continue to the exam day. और एग्जाम में भी वो खत्म नहीं होगा. And finally professor will say, I'm failing you. Be punctual, be consistent. Believe in hard work. A lot of people are here very smart. They always go for smart work. But believe in hard work. There is no shortcut to success. Okay? So next thing, peer pressure के अंदर कभी मत आना. You are a different personality. You are a different individual. What your friends are doing, you should not be doing. वो peer pressure के अंदर कभी मत आना. You are a different personality. You have different goals in life. So you just focus on your goal, your passion. That's it. तुम्हारा friend क्या कर रहा है, तुम्हारी family क्या कहती है, doesn't matter at all. Don't compare also. The first speaker have also spoken. I think the second speaker have also spoken. I am also saying the same thing. Don't compare yourself with anybody. Okay? You are a completely different person. There are 8 billion people on the planet, 8 billion souls, 8 billion minds, 8 billion different skill sets. Find your skill set and do according to that. And lastly, but not the leastly, whatever you are doing, you are right on time. Don't ever think that I failed, I am not on time, मैं कम रह गया, मेरे इतनी जल्दी बीटेक नहीं हुई, मेरी मास्टर्स पीछे रह गई, मेरा पीएचडी पीछे रह गई, अब मुझे शादी कब करनी है, मैं ये क्या करूँगा, मैं वो क्या करूँगा. You are right on time. Whatever you are doing, you have chosen that for yourself. So believe in that. Okay, I think that's enough for me. From my side, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, Jai Hind. Anything you want to ask me, I'm here. I know you're first years, but you should have a lot of questions. That's it. Anything.
आफ्टरनून सर, ऋतिक है सर। सर मुझे भी जैसे इंजीनियर बने, रेलवे इंजीनियर का मतलब इंटरेस्ट है, बिकॉज माय फादर इज़ वर्किंग इन रेलवे एंड ही इज़ एन एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ 29 ईयर्स, और वो मिस्टेक्स को रियलाइज़ करके और उस पर वर्क कर लेते हैं। तो मैं बीटेक के बाद क्या करूं, जैसे कि मुझे एज ए इंजीनियर एज ए एक्सपीरियंस, मुझे भी लॉट्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस हो जाए कि मैं कर सकूँ। मुझे रेलवे इंजीनियर का शौक है, तो एग्ज़ाम्स और टिप्स रिलेटेड टू दैट।
टिप्स तो दिए हैं, और क्या किया है मैंने
सर? मतलब लाइक कौन सा एग्ज़ाम डायरेक्ट बीटेक के बाद, जैसे ऐसे जूनियर जेई एग्ज़ाम है, सो बेटर कि आपने
What do you
कौन
want
सा
to
दिया?
go for? See,
yes sir.
There is RRB recruitment exams also. There are UPSC exams also. You want to be a junior engineer, you want to be a senior section engineer, or you want to be an officer in Indian Railways? That depends on you. What do you want to be? Are you happy with JE? You go for it. Are you happy with SSC? You go for it. Are you happy as an officer? You go for it. That's your choice. But why to go for JE if you have capability to become an officer in Indian Railways?
Yes.
So I was listening to an interview of Sudhanshu Mani. I think you know him. And he was like saying that how he had to face so many institutional barriers, like when he was innovating the Indian Railways.
Yeah.
So like, is there a crab mentality in like Indian Railways? Like, would you say the work environment is toxic or something?
See, I can't generalize this, but India, there is always a person who is pulling your leg. There is always a person who is pulling your leg. And if you're an officer or you're working at a very accomplished post, there'll be a lot of people pulling your leg because they know you're capable. Sudhanshu Mani sir, one capable person. He's a one manager Indian Railways has never seen so far. One accomplished person. And he has made one beautiful task done, accomplished task. That is, he has sent us the legacy of Vande Bharat, the first semi-high-speed train he made, and that is successfully running still now. Right? So, you'll be facing a lot of things. But if you have, he was a general manager. When we say the powers of general manager, you know, general managers only have negative powers. There is a hierarchy we follow in government system. General managers only have negative powers. Negative powers means, if you see the document, the schedule of powers, the general manager will have negative power. Means they will only write what he can't do. What he cannot do, that only is written in that document. Rest everything he can do. And he knew that power. So he was continuously going for it. He knew he can run everything. He can go for tenders, he can go for procurement, and any huge amount, because he is the general manager, he is the king of that factory. So he can go for it. So he did that. But still, I'm saying, there will be a lot of constraints. And when people see you doing some accomplishing some things, they will pull your leg because they don't want you to succeed. But if you are passionate, you can. That's what he did.
Thank you.
So guys, as we are running out of time, it is requested that we can wrap up with 1 to 2 more questions only. So, please.
There is one question, I think. Yeah.
हेलो सर, प्रथम एयर। तो सर मेरे को एक चीज़ ये पूछनी है कि हम जब गेट दे रहे हैं तो हम किस पर्सपेक्टिव से दें, कि हमें PSUs ज्वाइन करनी है या हमें फर्दर एमटेक करनी है। और इसमें एक चीज़ और कि ऐसा क्यों होता है कि कई लोग PSUs का सोच के प्रिपेयर करते हैं बट बाद में वो एमटेक की तरफ चले जाते हैं, कि PSUs में भी मतलब ऐसा क्या रीज़न है उसके पीछे?
Because they don't know the skill set and they are not focused on one goal. They do not have a particular goal in mind where they do want to see themselves. See what I do. So people ask, many times people ask some other persons who have done something like, who is your role model? Who do you see? So I always say one thing. I have kept myself in such a position that I always see that I want to be that Punardeep. But if you don't have that in mind, you're nothing. You're doing nothing. You're just roaming around, living your life. You should have a particular goal in mind. I want to accomplish that thing. People are not doing that, so that's why they are constantly changing their paths. First they will go for PSU, then they will go for masters. Why to go for it? Yeah, you choose one path, you strive for it, you continue that, because they do not have a particular goal in mind. They have multiple interests, but don't be like that. Choose one particular interest, whatever is your passion, go for it.
Thank you, sir.
Any other thing? So thank you CDGC and thank you faculty members for having me here. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts. Now I would like to request a faculty in charge to please present sir with the memento on stage. Everyone, please applause. I again thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence. And I request everyone to please be on their seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. To guide you with the higher education opportunities, I would like to invite some of the distinguished speakers from IDP Education Limited, which is a global leader in international education and has focused on building trusted human relationships for more than 50 years. In recent times, their investment in digital technology and customer research has enhanced these personal connections, enabling them to deliver global success to more students, their test takers, and their partners. Therefore, I request everyone to greet a warm welcome to IDP Education and address them with a massive round of applause. Students, we will also be distributing the refreshments here within, so kindly maintain the decorum. Don't litter in the auditorium and put your wrappers in your boxes. Thank you.
Announcement, everyone, kindly be seated on your seat. We are distributing the refreshments. Not a single noise from anyone. I am again saying, kindly seated. Hello? Kindly be seated on your seats. Not a single noise from everyone, I am strictly saying. Refreshments will be distributed to you. Kindly be seated on your seats. And also, you do not have to make a litter in auditorium.
Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, students. Am I audible? Great. I know सबको भूख लगी है, मुझे भी भूख लगी है, but will not take much of your time, right? Can I have some silence, please? So, very good afternoon to you all. So today I, with my team from IDP Education is here. It's a pleasure to be here amongst with you guys. And a special thanks to your career development cell who has given us an opportunity to be here to give you an overview, introduce you to what IDP is all about, what are our services which we provide in terms of study abroad opportunities. So I myself, Nakul, representing IDP Chandigarh, along with my colleagues who are here today. Today we are going to deliver a session or a seminar which focus on study abroad opportunities and success in IELTS. I hope everyone knows, सबको पता होगा IELTS क्या होता है? तो ये भी पता है IELTS का एग्जाम कौन लेता है? IELTS का एग्जाम कौन कंडक्ट करता है? It used to be British Council earlier, but now it is taken over by IDP. So IDP is the co-owner of the IELTS exam, and we are an expertise of for more than 5 decades. 52 years का experience है IDP के पास, which helps students for study abroad. We guide students to study in different countries. 6 major countries which we promote is US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and Ireland. IDP is not an agent. IDP is a direct representative of universities and institutions, right? And we, as I mentioned, we have an experience of more than 5 decades into this. In Chandigarh, we are in sector 9C. We are there for more than 20 years in sector 9C. In Tri-City, we have 3 branches now. One in Chandigarh, one in Mohali, and one in Panchkula as well. So we are very that big organization. All over India, we have 71 branches now put together. So IDP is basically a company which is co-owned by the Australian universities itself. So IDP owns who we are. IDP owns is owned by 38 universities of Australia. We are a global leader in international education services. We have 120 plus offices across 30 countries. That big network we have. And the good part of IDP students coming to IDP is, since I said we are not agents, we are directly working with the institutions, we are the representatives for the institutions. We help students in getting placed into the respective courses and programs you're looking at. That's the global network which we have. IDP is 50% co-owned by the Australian universities. As I mentioned, we are expertise, already mentioned 50 years plus experience into it. And we have like more than 40,000 courses to offer for students who are looking at opportunities to study abroad. We have placed students in more than 5 lakh courses in last 50 years. Every 14 minutes, IDP places one student in different countries across the globe. So if we talk about these 6 countries where we promote, we place a student in every 14 minutes. स्टूडेंट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, आप में से कितने बच्चे हैं जो मास्टर्स के लिए स्टडी करने के लिए बाहर जाना चाहते हैं? हैंड्स ऐसे आने चाहिए, ऐसे नहीं. Great. So, guys, anybody who's looking to make a career study abroad, since आप लोग bachelor's कर रहे हो यहाँ से, which is from the one of the best institutions of engineering, which is the Punjab Engineering College. Obviously, you're looking at the master's program based on your streams, based on your interest and all. Scholarships plays a very crucial role in your master's degrees or programs. चाहे आप इंडिया में पढ़ो, चाहे आप बाहर पढ़ो, अगर आपको scholarship मिलती है, you are able to support your family, you are able to support your parents with the help of scholarships. And study abroad, if I talk about when I graduated 20 years back, I didn't had that much knowledge. मतलब मेरी हिम्मत भी नहीं पड़ती थी अपने पेरेंट्स को पूछने की कि मुझे बाहर जाके पढ़ना है. Right? It was not that easy. But with the time, things have changed. With the time, there are a lot of opportunities which have come up for students who are looking to study abroad in terms of scholarship, in terms of educational loans. So you obviously can look at such career opportunities. So we have, IDP helps students with a lot of scholarships. There are students who have pursued their master's program in different universities and countries across, and they get scholarships up to 30-50%. And there are students, I would like to showcase some of the examples where students have got 100% scholarships. बच्चे 100% scholarship आप सबको पता होगा is your entire education gets free. And this is a student, there are live examples. The students who have got 100% scholarships, they are only managing their living expenses over there. बाकी सब खर्चा उनको university दे रही है. Scholarships, eligibility or getting a scholarship is based on your academic score, based on what you have achieved apart from your extra curriculum in the school, in the colleges, will help you in getting scholarships. Anyone who is looking at studying abroad for the master's program, this is very crucial. 7 easy steps. Whether you come to IDP or you go anywhere else, you should keep in mind. And ये चीजें आपको पता होनी चाहिए. Because the place where you are right now, Punjab, if I talk about other regions, it is very critical and crucial to know कि क्या होता है process बाहर studies के लिए. Right? So, very important, first you need to select your program and the university where you want to study. Even if you don't know which program you are interested in, IDP experts, counselors, they help you in identifying your interest. कि आपका interest कौन से program में है, आप कौन सी country में जाना चाहते हो, उसका क्या scope है. After studying for that specific program, what is the post-study work, post-work permits, rights, and if somebody is looking at PR perspective, uska kya scope hai. So we help you in that. Second, you need to appear for your IELTS exam, SAT, GMAT, GRE, whatever, based on your interest and the program. You also need to submit your application, which comes as a third step. Once you submit your application, you receive an offer, post you apply for visa, and you appear for the interview, and then you plan to study abroad. All the services of IDP are absolutely free. The good thing is that IDP कोई पैसे नहीं charge करता student से. You come to IDP for counseling 10 times, 20 times, our services are absolutely free. You apply for your IELTS exam, you log into the IELTS portal, you pay the fee directly, we don't charge anything from the student. So there is no processing fee, there is no other hidden charges which IDP charge from the student. As I mentioned, these are the popular 6 destinations which we cover: Australia, USA, UK, Canada, New Zealand and Ireland. कनाडा एक बहुत पॉपुलर डेस्टिनेशन है पंजाब में. बहुत सारे आपके दोस्त यार सब कनाडा में होंगे और आपके भी कई लोग होंगे जो चाहेंगे कि मैं कनाडा जाके पढूं या कनाडा में जाके सेटल लूं. तो रीमा मैम इज हियर, कनाडा एक्सपर्ट. शी विल गाइड यू अबाउट the top reasons and why you should study in Canada.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Reema. I take care of Canada destination as an assistant manager and I sit in IDP Chandigarh branch. Thank you for the warm welcome. So let me take you over to the top reasons of studying in Canada. So basically, institutes know the research and innovation across the world. So quality education is affordable and the tuition fees is very reasonable. We have wide range of specialized program. Every field have their own specializations. Cultural diversity is there. Canada do represent, they celebrate each and every festival there in itself in campus. You can earn while you learn. So basically they do have co-op options, internships while studying in Canada. Ample of scholarships, as Nakul already told you about this, ample scholarship programs and internship option is there. Post-study work permit is there. It almost become a second home for international students. So education system in Canada is, they do have career colleges which offer certificate and diploma programs. So privately owned and operated colleges approved by, regulated by the Provisional Education Board of Quality. Then we do have community colleges which offers PG diplomas, undergraduate programs. Universities highly funded by the provincial government. So they offers high quality of education and lower tuition fees rates for international students. We have university colleges. University colleges offers a choice of academic oriented university degree pathways and practical oriented colleges diploma and certificates. Type of qualifications. So if I talk about masters, basically we will talk about masters only. So they have master degrees which is of 1 to 2 years. They do have qualifying programs as well. There are few universities where you cannot directly enter. So they do have qualified programs for the, and you can apply for PhD programs also, and they have research based and internship programs. After completion of your post-study work rights, basically. After completion of your 1-year program, you are eligible to work for 1-year work permit. After completion of your 2 years programs, you are eligible to work for up to 2 to 3 years. And let's say if a student is going for bachelor's program, then yes, they are again eligible to apply for 2 to 3 years of work permit. After completion of 2 years, if you show 1 year of work experience, then you are eligible for your PR in Canada. So it's a very good opportunity for international students to study and get settled over there. So these are the popular programs for master. They do have management programs like global business management, financial planning, information technology, marketing, human resource management, MBA, Masters of Management. Engineering, they do have specialization in chemical engineering, civil, electrical and computer engineering, mechanical, mechatronics. Then they have system design engineering, aeronautics and nanotechnology. These are the popular institutes for students who are looking for master's program in Canada. University of Waterloo, University of Windsor, Toronto, then we do have Carleton University, University of Alberta, University of British Columbia, University of Ottawa, and many more. Let's talk about UK. Swati, can you please come over?
Hi everyone, Swati this side. I'm working as UK counselor. So top reasons to study in UK. So as we know, UK do have 4 countries in it: Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland. UK, University of Oxford, University of Cambridge, in UK we do have 24 Russell Group universities, which are like one of the top, almost top universities in all over the world. So UK universities have featured strongly in world ranking, internationally recognized universities, and strong research infrastructure, and scholarships and financial support. If we talk about the scholarships, UK do have fully funded scholarships in which it includes your living expenses side by side your fees. You have to apply these scholarships named as Commonwealth Scholarship, Chevening Scholarship and Saltire Scholarship. These scholarships are fully funded by UK government only. You have to qualify, you have to apply for them in the month of October, and it ends in the month of November only. They do have multicultural environment. There are various financial support and scholarships available for international students. Even Indian governments also provide international scholarships for UK students who wants to study in UK. So if we talk about the top universities in UK, except University of Oxford and Cambridge, we can choose as Cardiff University, Durham, Edinburgh, and Newcastle, Queen Mary. These all are universities which do have very good scope in engineering field, and you can say in management field as well. If any students after their engineering, they want to proceed as an MBA student or other management fields. So UK do the most and very good thing about UK that masters in UK is only for 1 year, and once you'll complete your master, you'll get 2 years of work permit, or else you can get internship programs as well in UK, because internship programs are very good in UK. So minimum academic percentage for a student who wants to pursue their masters over there, they do have to score only 55%, and for bachelors you have to score 75%, and standard IELTS requirements are 6.5 bands overall, 6.5 bands, not less than 6, and PT 62, TOEFL 92. And even in UK, you can get waiver on the basis of your 12th. You don't need to do IELTS if you have more than 75% marks in your 12th. So popular courses are MBA, law, engineering, data science, medicines, and architecture, education. These all are the modern language and linguistics. These courses are very famous in UK. So I have told them regarding the scholarships. So that's all for UK. It was nice meeting you guys.
Thanks, Swati. Can I have an attention, please? Students? Hello? Students, I would request you to just maintain silence and listen out for 10 minutes. We're not taking much of your time, right? But वो 10 मिनट में जो बच्चे interested हैं उनको तो सुनने दो पूरा, right? This knowledge आज नहीं, 2 years, 3 years of down the line, when you start planning for your master studies, will definitely help you. And उस time पे you will come to know what was required. So please pay attention for next 10 minutes. We'll just cover it quickly. Thank you. So next, we are focusing and we'll give you an overview about Australia. I'm inviting Pravika, who will give you an overview about Australia.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. So talking about Australia, so how many people are interested for Australia destination for master degree? Fine. For master degree, you can apply for 2-year degree for management as well and for engineering as well. So we are having almost all the universities with us, offering very good scholarship. Post-study work permits are there, right? After completion of 2 years of master degree, you'll be getting 3 or 4 years of post-study work permit in Australia, and that would help you to proceed further with your PR things, right? Even the fees, talking about fee structure is also nominal. If I would say scholarship, you'll be getting up to 50 to 100% of scholarship. That would like it's almost free of cost. Your education is almost free of cost. From here, India, you need to clear your examination to appear into, like you need to appear for GATE examination, is it? For master degree, right? GATE. So in Australia, you need not to appear for any examination. You can take directly admissions directly into top ranked universities, and you can again taking education from top ranked university and highlight that would highlight in your CV. See how much you'll be getting over there. And coming back to India, if you want to come back India, you can get a very good job opportunities. Your salary packages would be like amazing. Fine. So I'm just playing the this. So top reason I've already told you why you should go for Australia destination, right? So popular courses, every course is available in Australia, each and every. If you want to go for management side, management courses are there. If you want to go for engineering side, engineering courses are available. For computer engineering are there, artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, mechatronics, mechanical, every program is available with all the universities in Australia, as mentioned. So yes, top universities, group of 8 universities are there. Those are located in every state of Australia. If I would mention ANU, University of Melbourne, UNSW, University of Sydney, Queensland, Western Australia, every university offers these management programs and your engineering programs. So scholarships are available. You need to maintain a very good percentage in your bachelor degree to go ahead with your master procedure, right? So bursaries are there, destination Australia. Oh yes, regional, for regional areas you'll be getting additional scholarships. For regional areas you'll be getting additional post-study work rights. And there is amazing thing, Australian government has increased working hours from 40 hours per fortnight to 48 hours per fortnight. That is also like attracting the students for Australia destination. There are 3 intakes and multiple intakes in Australia. You can apply for Feb intake. Feb intake is a major intake over there. Then July intake is there. Mid intakes are also there. October, November intakes are also there. Once you are done with your degree, you can come to our office. We will be applying for your admission part. And here in Australia, you can apply conditional offer letter. What is conditional offer letter basically? So for conditional offer letter, you need to apply, if you are not having your final degree certificate or IELTS examination TRF, you can still apply for these universities, but you'll be getting unconditional or COE, confirmation of enrollment, once you provide with those documentation, right? So this is also in benefit with Australia destination. So talking about post-study work opportunities, city areas, Australia has increased 1 year additional post-study work, right? If you will be going for 2 years of master degree, so you'll be getting 3 years post-study work, right, for that, right? For city areas, and for regional areas, additional 1 year. So thank you so much. I think you'll come with your degree certification and all the IELTS TRF to proceed further for your master degree programs. Thank you.
Hello students, thank you for your applause. Uh, I will be just taking 2 minutes of yours and why to study in USA and what sort of opportunities you will be getting in USA. So maximum of your students, I think you are from first year of education for your engineering program. So I just want to highlight you two things. When you are planning for your future in the higher education like master degree programs, you have to choose some certain test categories that you have to cover while applying for the foreign education or international education institutions. So these, see, the major reason to join USA will be the companies that that you have heard for your mechanical engineering, for your chemical engineering. The most of the students who are looking for research programs and looking for scholarships are going for US education. So the very first thing I would say, I just wrap it up with the popular courses. So popular courses regarding USA is chemical engineering, civil engineering, electronic and computer engineering. As all of you might be aware of, all students who are with electrical and communication know about the California state, where you can get maximum opportunities for your electrical and computer engineering. Plus, what are the basic requirements that you have to cover at the fourth year? So very first thing, I'll score with 6.5 to 7 point, and overall score will be required from your end. Plus GRE score, which will be varying with 50% of verbal content and 70% of the quantitative content, which will be coming around 322 score, and the highest score is 340. So out of 340 you have to carry 322 score, and it's the most important exam when you are looking for a master degree after your any engineering program. So keep focus on your studies, keep focus at the third year. You have to take care of this GRE exam so that you can apply in all sort of international institutions which are providing you a master degree in engineering. So this will be my wrap up, because you all are from the first year students, so you have very big things to do for your 2 to 3 years. So prepare yourself for your international education, and you will be getting the maximum scholarship, and IDP will be helping you on this thing. And you can come over on sector 9 Chandigarh, and whenever you find any sort of doubts, clarity for your international education, IDP will be helping you on this thing, and all services and things that we are providing to the students are free of cost. Okay, so thank you all.
Thank you everyone. If you have any further questions, we do have desk outside this room. So please come along with your queries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Disciplined heads, please take your positions. Guys, maintain silence. Discipline heads. All right, guys. So this batch will be moving. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है ना? हाँ, this batch will be moving to the new academic block. I hope you are proficient with the schedule. So all the non-circuital people will go to L26. All the circuital people in this particular batch will go to L27. Starting from the last line, please start moving. Form lines, and the discipline heads will escort these people out. Please, everyone remain seated. Only the students from the last line are requested to get up and form a line. Please. Guys, please maintain silence. Hello. Guys, only the people from the last row, followed by the second last row. Discipline heads, please keep moving. Hello. Everyone, what's the issue there? What's the issue at the end? जल्दी वहां पे बारिश हो रही है. Guys, क्या हो गया यार? आराम से. Okay, okay. People from the right hand side, यार बैठ जाओ please. ये वाले side के people just start moving. Last row followed by the second last row. चलो. ऋषि, वो वाली लाइंस बन गई है ना इनको ले जाने के लिए. डिसिप्लिन हेड्स वहां पर हैं. जस्ट एक बार चेक करो. I hope you guys know your particular rooms for the next session. You don't? Then you should have read the schedule. Huh? Joint heads. Guys, please don't stand up from this side. Raghav, sorted है वहां पर. Just ask these people to keep moving. Guys, please don't get up यार. तुम्हारी टर्न से पहले आ जाएगी. आराम से आराम से आराम से यार रुक जाओ. पहले लास्ट वाले चले जाओ, उसके बाद चल लेना.